Good morning, happy Tuesday, and wow, we've got a few folks here already. We got 17 already in YouTube and 6 in Twitch. That's good start. Whitestone says hi. It said woot woot. So, and Dalton Bednar. Dalton, where you from, buddy? I'd like to know where you're from. The Otter says hello, and Nighthawk Gaming says good morning, and Aaron Farrow says morning peoples, and tip on deleted blueprint mode, middle mouse click can copy the whole blueprint. Interesting. So when you're in delete blueprint mode, the middle mouse click can copy the whole blueprint instead of having to use the menu to get the blueprint and so forth. Okay.
It's a silly, janky way to do it, but it works.
Yeah, that is a janky way to do it. Another tip to write down for undocumented tips 3.
Sure. Yeah, I'll write that down.
Yeah. Okay. And then Jack-o'-lantern says, hi, Alabama.
Well,
Okay.
we lost the bet.
Yep, lost the bet. Okay.
Good to have you here.
Good to have you. Good to have you. Coco, first time viewing, seen, feel your shorts, great stuff. Okay. And if I switch over to Twitch, we've got the Otter saying hello, Nandor saying hello, Doc, Trumpkin saying hello, Zach1223, and Alexa's here today again. Hiya, Doc. Just put my mom on the train just in time for the stream to start. Okay, very cool. Very cool. Chinko, another reason for my MMB to not work.
Middle mouse button.
Middle mouse button. Okay. You know, I have to admit, first time I died in Satisfactory, it said LMB to respawn. And I said, Robert, what does LMB mean? You know, acronyms are just tough for me. When I was doing my PhD, everybody was throwing around acronyms. When I was at Boeing, everybody throws around acronyms, and people use the same acronyms over and over to mean different things. So, I mean, one of the acronyms they were using was IRS. Well, the first thing that comes to your mind is not something in Boeing. Just, you think about paying your taxes. So, I mean, come on, guys. Why would you use an acronym like that? And so it basically was just a matter of, after a while, my brain just went into freeze mode when it comes to an acronym because I had too many rolling around my head. I just gave up. So, and man, their taxes must have sucked too. Yeah, you could say that too. All right, I just finished having a hard drive get scanned. You saw the notice on the screen. No, you didn't see the notice on the screen because I'm in my office. Okay, when Fixmas is back in December, I will play the game vanilla hard mode, where if I die, I have to start over, and I have to put fauna on default.
Oh boy.
Oh boy. One wonderful Christmas event where dying is okay. That's interesting. All right, I'm gonna go to the MAM. Hard drive scan complete. Good. Copper alloy, solid steel ingots. Got it. So this is the This is what I was looking for with going out and getting hard drives. So I can get my steel factory up and running. Select the reward. Now I'm going to go back here and I'm going to go to hard drives, and I have one more that we can scan, and so I'll start that scanning. And I do want to go over here and I want to drop off some goodies.
If you can.
If I thank you.
Just click store all. It'll stack whatever you can.
Okay, do I have a blue one? I don't have a blue one. So I've got
So
a second.
Mosquito said, "Hey Doc, first time seeing you live.
Okay.
I believe I've been seeing some of your TikToks. They've been very helpful."
All right. Interesting. TikTok, we are at 9.8 thousand. Do they call them followers?
I think so.
Yeah, followers on TikTok. When we get to 10,000, we create another revenue stream from TikTok. It's doing fairly well.
Yeah.
It is really up and down. TikTok is odd. Some of our best shorts on YouTube just don't play well sometimes on TikTok. There's some commonality between TikTok and YouTube, with a good short on YouTube is a good short on TikTok. But it's been interesting. It's been kind of an odd experiment, but we're definitely getting some good traction on TikTok, and we're getting a few folks that have mentioned that they have found us on TikTok and have come over to see us because of TikTok. So that's good. That is really good, and I can store that one here.
Okay. Well, Doc.
Oh, that sounds like a sad well, Doc.
Well, first off, connect Vocalics if you would.
I can go click
I had
it.
to restart my PC after we started the stream, so that got messed up.
Okay.
However,
We're connected.
Alexa redeemed Butterfinger and said it's for Robert today.
Well, we better reset that one. Okay. Here's the Butterfinger over the partition.
Oh, you got that one on the partition. You didn't go over. It's on the partition.
Oh gosh, I didn't throw it hard enough. Oh, that's so sad.
Oh no, it's just gonna stay there.
Okay, fine. Callie will get it. Let's try it again. Over.
Ah, there we go.
Okay. So Robert got a Butterfinger today. There you go, Robert. You're welcome. Enjoy your raise.
Awesome.
Okay, awesome. Okay. So, first thing I'm going to do then is I am going to go over and fire up my, oh gosh, I love having the blade runners. That's going to make things a lot easier.
Yes, we need to add a Robert redeemable. I agree.
Okay. All right, we have...
Hey, Rex. He says, "Hi, Doc and friends.
Hi.
I believe it was you who posted pictures of your pup yesterday for the showcase. I was wondering what breed it was."
Okay, for Rex's?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It looked like some sort of German Shepherd lab mix.
Yeah,
I wasn't sure.
that's what it looked like to me too. So yeah, we're curious to know.
Deotter votes for a mute Robert for 5 minutes. Redeemable.
No, please. If I don't have him reading out the text, I'm in trouble. Okay, I need a cable manufacturer here now that I've got that is full and this is going out. So I can come back here and get that for storage, and then this one was intended to be a to make cable, and I believe cable is just done in a constructor. So look, cable just turns wire straight to cable, doesn't it? So yeah, constructor. Okay, so we're just going to build a row of constructors here and get cable made, because I'm getting tired of manually putting cable together. And gosh darn, I'm missing cable.
Of course.
Of course I'm missing cable.
Oh. Well, we were both... Okay, first off, it's definitely a mud. But Rex's dog is German Shepherd, of course,
Uh-huh.
with some Husky, with a little bit of English Bulldog and Argentina Pila.
Interesting.
Huh.
We were way off.
Well, nobody was going to guess Argentina Pila.
No, definitely
Argentina
not.
Pila or whatever. I
And
don't know
and
what that
I
is.
didn't see any husky in him either. So
Yeah, interesting. Okay. The pretty dog.
I had a dog named Keisha
Mm-hmm.
that was part husky. And unfortunately, I was unemployed when we owned him. We were really, really struggling. I was building computers as fast as I could for people just to keep the mortgage paid, which we were not being very successful at. It was one of our challenging times of life, as we were raising our family. I think every family gets to that point where they have a challenge like that in their life, where they have a hard time paying the bills. Anyway, so that dog, if he ever got off of his lead, um, would just run. And when the dog was done running, he'll come to you, and then he'll get put back on his lead. Well, I got to the point where where I learned the more you ran after him, he kept a certain distance and just loved to play the fact that I'm making my owner run. It was kind of like the dog walking the human type of thing. And so one of those times he accidentally got off, and so I was sauntering over to wait till he got run. I kind of keep him in sight, and the local animal enforcement officer drove by just as the dog ran across the street, and the enforcement officer just drove into our driveway and proceeded to write me a ticket that I couldn't afford to pay because of the aforementioned lack of employment. And unfortunately, we just couldn't afford that kind of thing to go. And no matter how much I tried to explain to the officer, he's got a husky in him. He accidentally got off the lead. He wouldn't believe me and said, "You deliberately let him off the lead. Obviously, you were allowing him to run because you were just sauntering after him." Oh well, oh well. You know,
Yeah.
the officer was going to believe what he believed, and of course, he knew the truth absolutely. And everybody lies to an officer, so there was no telling him the truth because everybody lies to an officer and they don't believe anyone. So, oh well.
Yeah. It was a beautiful dog.
Oh yeah, he was a beautiful dog.
That was when I was very young.
Mm-hmm. Yep. And yeah.
The only thing I really remember about that dog is that we had a trampoline in our backyard, and that dog loved to run and leap and clear the trampoline while we were on it and jumping. So we'd jump over the dog, we'd jump up in the air, and the dog would, run up and jump over the trampoline underneath us, which was fun.
Which was fun, yes.
Hey, can you put the sound on your headphones?
Oh, I can do that. Yes.
Cool.
There it is. Sorry, didn't even notice.
Ah,
Did I somehow get a smelter?
Alert, due to increased spectator engagement, conveyor belt functionality is now offline. Estimated downtime is 10 minutes. Your inability to optimize is not a bug, it's a feature. Thank you for your ongoing contributions to Fixit's entertainment division.
That came at a bad moment, didn't it? So I meant a constructor, and I ended up hitting a smelter down here. Just
yeah. TL says, we had a dog that liked to run when I was younger. One time she slipped the leash. I managed to grab her around the neck, but being 7, I wasn't strong enough to reattach the leash, so I just sat there in the middle of the road until a family from our church happened to drive up in their truck and gave us a ride through the 30 yards back to my house.
that's an experience to remember.
Yeah. Yeah, my sister, who's the one who's building the house right now, she has herself a mini Aussie, which, all things considered, is nothing like a German Shepherd. But he's a dog with a ton of energy. and a lot of strength. And so her little kids can't handle them.
Yep.
Oh, Trump kid just redeemed let the man work. You're free.
I'm free. So we're gonna have the stop work, start work, stop work, start work wars going on. Huh?
Yes.
Okay.
But yeah, the other day their dog was really excited because we had the well workers here to dig a well, and one of their younger children decided he wanted to walk the dog, and you know the boy wants to walk the dog, but the dog wants to greet the workers, and the workers do not want to be greeted by the dog.
Especially the way the dog was going to greet them, which was in full bark mode. So the well workers were just kicking at him and hoping that they didn't get bit. I mean, that's full bark mode. Alrighty. Did you say that your saunter was your full sprint? I did not say that. It was 30 years ago when I could actually run. So no, a saunter was, I was just walking after the dog. Good grief. I haven't been an invalid all my.
Well, no.
I just feel like an invalid now.
I mean, you busted your knee when you were in high school, and you've been basically powering through it with pain pills and grit.
Yeah, that's what happens.
So, there we go.
I mean, and finally, when I was in my 40s, I convinced my doctor that I really did need to have my knee replaced because I've got young men that are in scouts and camping, and I'm remodeling a house, and I need to be up on my feet. I don't care what your book says about doing a knee surgery too early in life. We're going to break the mold with this one, and we're going to put a new knee in me.
Well, how many knee surgeries had you already had before then?
5.
Yeah, like you had already gone through the whole gamut of what they can do with a natural knee.
The first surgery caused the problem. The second surgery tried to fix the problem. The second surgery was a patellar tendon transfer to try to keep my kneecap from dislocating. That's painful, by the way. When your kneecap dislocates, even the memory makes me take my breath away.
Yeah.
And then the patellar tendon transfer, and then after a while it just got so arthritic. They did an arthroscopic surgery where they just cut the extra calcium out, which is osteoarthritis is the thing there. That develops calcium around the joint, and it's just painful when it does that. Okay, way cool. All the conveyors worked. Thank you for allowing me to work.
Jingo says, "Never fear, ibuprofen man is here."
Well, yeah, it's called when the ibuprofen doesn't work and you're popping 20 or 30 of those a day, you go on to something stronger.
Yeah.
And of course, stronger meant. Anyway.
Yeah.
Stronger meant stronger.
Mm-hmm.
So
we have a couple of dog stories from people.
Dog stories. Hey, Doc. How goes the factory today? Themes 1000 asked that. First time chat. Appreciate that. I'll let you say what you were going to say, Robert. Sorry to interrupt, but
No,
I saw a first time chat there, and that's important. So, how goes the factory today? I'm getting cable done here, and as soon as I get cable done, I'm going to go over and get my steel line working. So that is way cool. I still don't have a bigger storage container. Yep, I do want to stay that direction.
So Chingo said, "I used to have a mutt that we adopted from Houston after the first major flood happened back in like 2015 or something like that."
Oh, bunches of displaced dogs that were never claimed, that kind of thing.
And he could leap and run like the wind, but he could not run me. And was no matter how many times he took off, I was in full sprint after him because I live on a major side street, and where they love to follow all posted speed limits, wink, and posted signs as directed by the DMV. To this day, he has yet to be hit, but every time that front door opens, he thinks it's escape time.
Yeah, exactly. That's kind of what Keisha mode was.
Yeah,
You know, opportunity, good. Opportunity, we'll take it. You know.
yeah. Trump Kid had a black lab mutt. We think Rottweiler, German Shepherd, and or Husky. Great dog, but always wanted to run, always slipped their leash. She survived 5 hits from vehicles. She was a tank that you couldn't tame.
Wow. 5 hits from vehicles.
Remember when Fritz got hit by a car?
Oh, I do. We were so afraid that she was hurt badly, but she bounced back. It's great.
Fritz was also a runner, not nearly as bad. He ran basically if he was given a big opportunity, like if you left the gate open kind of thing. But unfortunately, he's a big black dog. Not a big, he's a black lab, right? Yeah, 50 pounds, I would guess.
Somewhere in there, yeah.
Yeah, so, bigger, but not huge.
Not huge.
Not Freya size.
Definitely
Certainly
not
not.
trade size.
But yeah, he would go out and he'd run and he'd come home when he was tired. But after dark, he can't see the dog. There's no finding that dog. So all you could do is stand outside and call his name. And we were on kind of we were kind of at the outskirts of Old Town where we lived.
Yeah.
And there were a whole lot of new developments that now use our Old Town Road to kind of get into the center of town. And so unfortunately, there was a lot of traffic on the road. And he got sideswiped by a van. Bounced off their bumper. They immediately stopped because they felt something, never saw anything. And then he darted off into the bushes. And about 20 minutes later, I found him sleeping on our porch. And obviously not feeling well. But yeah, no problems. We were sure he had broken a hip at least, but yeah.
But he didn't. He didn't. He was just fine. And that's just way cool. I mean, it's just amazing sometimes what dogs can really handle.
Okay, so now we have a highlighted message from Alexa.
Oh.
It says, Doc, I saw my orthopedic surgeon, and luckily my knee is fine.
Oh, good.
But
Good.
I do need an extra centimeter added to my right shoe so I can walk straight to prevent doing actual damage to my knee.
Okay. Yep.
Cool.
Get that knee pushed over a little bit to one side so that you don't keep riding on the one side that's a little weaker. Yeah.
Yeah.
I wish they had. Cause see, my first surgery, and I kind of skipped the first surgery. The first surgery was a surgery where, at that time, we're talking about 1975. So I know a few of you can't stretch that back that far in your memory banks because you're not over 50 years old.
A few of us can't stretch that far.
Yeah,
just
exactly.
a few of us.
Like most of my audience, if not all of my audience right now. I don't see Grandpa on board, so he'd probably be the only one. But yeah, 1975. Back then, the technology was take out the cartilage. That's it. You just take out the cartilage. And so you take out the cartilage and there's nothing but bone on bone to ride against. Their idea back then was cartilage would just grow back, right? Well, cartilage doesn't grow back. It's like bone. If it's not there, it doesn't regrow.
Oof.
It mends itself in place, but it doesn't regrow into places. So anyway, so they took the cartilage out, and I was bone on bone from that point forward between a freshman and sophomore year in high school, because I blew out my knee as a freshman. So anyway.
Ugh, that's just...
And that's why I was in so much pain for so long. Okay, where am I? Which power pole am I going to get power from? Looks like I've got a power pole there to get power from, Robert. Yay.
So Alexa says my right leg is a centimeter shorter, and that's why I twisted it so ugly. And my orthopedic surgeon just wants me to walk straight to prevent damage.
Exactly. Yeah. my orthopedic surgeon basically said, stop limping. As much as your knee hurts, don't limp. And that's the same. That's the same thing you're being told is when you limp, you put extra strain on other areas of your joint.
Yeah, and it's worked out really well for Doc. He hasn't had this other knee or both hips replaced, and a shoulder, all that stuff since. So he's doing okay.
All right. So I've had 5 joint replacements. I mean, come on.
Only 5.
Just an average Joe.
This guy has more titanium in him than Iron Man. Okay, off to some technical questions. Okay.
Okay.
TL says, production question. When building a manifold, does it matter whether or not I use lower tier belts for the individual machine inputs and outputs off the main manifold in and out?
No, it doesn't. You can use. In fact, that's one throttling method that is frequently used to kind of force your belts to fill up faster by throttling the amount going into each machine by simply putting a lower tier belt. So putting like a tier 1, a Mark 1 belt on a machine that needs only 30, when your line coming in is 120, it can force that line to push it farther on down the line faster by filling up that 60 belt really fast.
Mm-hmm.
So there are ways to throttle your inputs in the manifold so that it works a little bit more smoothly. So, all right, we have a lot of cable being made. I will not be missing cable for a good long time now. See? All right. I got a bunch of cable here. I'm going to store that. I don't need to carry that much if I'm going to have it in my bags.
So we have a hello all the way from Denmark.
Another.
From Barent Kala.
Cool. That is way cool.
Alexa says, but Robert, just imagine the net worth of your dear old dad. Titanium ain't cheap,
Yeah, no kidding. Yeah, just ask the surgeon how much he charged me.
Oh, man.
For those surgeries. Well. I need to put another ramp over here so I can get up. Got it? How am I going to get up there? Here we go.
Yeah, speaking of the using lower tier belts on a manifold, you can create kind of like this quasi load balanced manifold sort of situation where only the machines are only fed as much as they need, but it's laid out like a manifold instead of laid out like a load balancer. In today's video that was just released, the advanced load balancers, you see the use of lower tier belts, which isn't necessary, but it does provide opportunities for kind of like this quasi halfway between, best of both worlds sort of situation. The Mies
over here yet.
The Mies says, I have a buddy who has a titanium femur. He shattered it in a motorcycle accident. He always said if there's a zombie apocalypse and he gets turned, he wants me to take him out and then turn his femur into a sword.
Well, pounding out a titanium device would be kind of hard to turn that into a sword, because I'm sure it's a titanium rod. So, okay, now I can tell the formula to use is solid ingots.
Cool.
Very good.
Best recipe for steel.
Yeah. But did you notice, guys, all of you who are online right now, and there's 56 of you online right now, notice how easy it was to get the solid steel ingot recipe. The second hard drive that I scanned was the solid steel ingot recipe. So in early game, if you go get hard drives in your early game, it is easier because the number of recipes available based is restricted to the number of recipes you've unlocked. Okay? So if you've unlocked steel ingots, it'll give you the alternate for steel ingots. If you haven't unlocked like Caterium, it's not going to give you alternate Caterium recipes or alternate other recipes. It's only going to give you alternates to what you've already unlocked, and that's critical. That is critical.
Yep.
All right, now I've got to, you know, somebody's going to stop trying to stop me from working if they constantly get countered.
You know what? It seems like a win.
Maybe. Maybe that's a win, but I don't want that person to get discouraged.
Oh, don't worry. It's your biggest fans that like to torture you.
Okay. It's my biggest fan, he says, that like to torture me.
Gloomy Cookie said, yeah, Doc explaining this after my friend and I have literally a dozen hard drives with useless alt recipes. Probably because he started late.
Yeah. Leave them in your library.
But that's what we did with the Gigafactory build, right? That's what we started the whole scan a hard drive redeemable on Twitch.
Yeah.
Was because we kept on forgetting to scan hard drives.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh, man. But after, a couple weeks of you guys dutifully telling us to scan them, we finally caught up.
In fact, we caught up to the point where we had no room in our library for another hard drive scan.
Yeah.
So
that was interesting. I didn't know that was...
You didn't know that was possible?
Yeah. The Mies says, when I play, I build my factories in layers and put my conveyors in the hidden sandwich layers. They're absolute chaos, but out of sight, out of mind.
Okay. Now, we need to get power down here to these. I'm not quite sure what we're making down there. I think we're making... we just have it going into foundries, so it's probably more steel ingot here, which we can add to this line, and in adding it to this line, we can extend the steel production even farther, which would be very, very nice. So let's, depending on how much this is producing. How much is this producing? It is producing only 60 per minute at this point, and we haven't got, don't have the unlock for overclocking yet. So, okay, let's hook these things up.
The Mies says, also the sandwich layers buildings drive my wife nuts.
The sandwich layer buildings?
Yeah. First off, by sandwich layers, I think he's talking about having logistics floors, right? And just having buildings with lots of small floors. Sure.
Oh, yeah, okay. That makes sense.
So Rex did clarify that Kira, he already mentioned, Kira is the name of the dog with the different breeds.
Yeah.
Sorry, I couldn't get the name. I said her eye and mouth is so husky, and her attitude, the Pila is just her height. She's tall, and the English Bulldog has no idea where that comes out.
Okay.
So. Cool. Dalton says, I struggle with power pole placement. I'm my own enemy on putting it in the way. I tend to make factories, then put up walls, and then rebuild power with wall outlets.
Oh, and wall outlets are really sweet. Wall and ceiling outlets, both.
Yeah. What's really cool is Garrett put up lighting in the entire Gigafactory. And so now all of our power we just pull from the ceiling. It's so nice.
If Garrett would only come back and play with us. Someday, our Garrett will come back. Maybe. We can hope anyway. All right, I'm going to go here to here and here.
Okay, Doc, we're going to start
here,
calling our
here.
friend Lexi now to try to stop triggering everybody's favorite assistant from Amazon.
Uh-oh.
We've had a number of comments over the last couple of days about us triggering it, so...
Oh, really?
Yeah, from a couple of different people, so... Yeah, we'll call you Lexi. And the Mies apparently also has a Kira dog. An AKC certified red husky.
Red husky.
Red huskies are pretty puppies. Oh, they're good. They're good looking dogs.
All right, so we got more iron ingots coming up. And so, yes, 120 per minute. Okay, that's the reason for the 4 smelters here. The 4 smelters do 30 per minute each, so we are full bore on those puppies. So we got 4 of them. We're using full up
Yeah.
there.
Zach asks, what windows do you think are the best?
Oh, what windows do I like the best? Oh gosh, I don't think I've unlocked any windows now. I tend to like the ones with the kind of the hexagon shapes in them.
Yeah, those are neat.
Yeah, I like those and tend to use those the most.
Yeah. Deotter says Windows 7.
Oh. Actually, Windows 95.
Yeah. Not 3.1.
Definitely not 3.1. 3.1 was the beginning.
Yeah. And the Mies is a fan of XP.
Windows XP? Yeah, I'd say that that's a good one.
Yeah. Shift the dev votes for XP. As everybody says, they skip good generations, you know? Every other one is good.
Yeah.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
Well,
Mirage has an interesting opinion. Windows 95 is not an operating system.
Windows 95 was not an operating system.
Hmm?
Was that the last one where they had the operating system as DOS 5 and then you overlaid Windows 95 on top of it? I know that's what Windows 3.1 was. Windows 3.1 was an application. It wasn't the operating system. So at what point did they combine Windows DOS 5 and Windows together?
That's
I can't
a great
remember.
question. Maybe that's what Mirage is going to say. Dalton says, Win 10 may be outdated soon, but I still swear by it.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
What?
No game sounds. Total free frozen window.
Uh-oh. No, it's not frozen. The game's still operating.
Okay.
Just open up your crafting menu.
Nothing's opening. Nothing's opening. Keyboard totally frozen.
Weird. Can you Alt-Tab out and then back into it?
Okay.
Weird.
Interesting.
Yep. Mirage Gaming, you nailed it, by the way. Mirage says Windows 98 was the last DOS shell, and Windows 98 SC was the first operating system.
Windows SC?
98 SE.
98 SE. Okay.
Okay.
So Windows 95 was still an overlay over DOS.
Yeah.
And Windows 98 SE was the first time that they swallowed DOS up into Windows. And then after that, then you had... nobody liked Windows 98 for some reason. Maybe because they liked the idea of choosing Windows or not choosing Windows. Because it's just an app. You can decide not to run it. Okay, we don't have anything coming out of this machine for some reason. Because it's not getting any coal for some reason. Okay.
second edition apparently was SE. Ray's asked, has Doc ever been to Europe?
I have never been to Europe.
Have you ever been to Mexico?
No.
California? Or sorry, I was gonna. That's not the word that was supposed to come out of my mouth.
Canada.
But Canada. California's a different country too, so you know.
Oh, you know why it's not getting things coming through here?
Oh, interesting.
Maybe it's because we missed a conveyor belt over here.
Yeah.
Must have been when somebody told me I couldn't make conveyors.
Yeah, it's definitely not our fault. Have you been to Canada?
Yes.
Okay.
Went to Vancouver, Canada for the World's Fair that was in Vancouver
Oh, okay.
that year. Went with my mom, but that was before you ever needed to have a passport to get to Canada, for example.
Yeah.
The borders were open and free. They freely accepted our dollars. We freely accepted their dollars because the parity was like a penny difference at the most back then.
I remember as a kid, we'd used to find Canadian cents all the time.
Yeah,
And it was
Canadian
nobody
quarters
cared.
all the time. No,
Yeah.
they didn't care. But now there's such a disparity between them that they filter out all the Canadian coin and make sure that the businesses don't accept Canadian coin or Canadian dollars anymore. And that's sad. Okay, I'm in a conundrum a little bit. I can add these ingots to this recipe, but with these taking 40 per minute coal, I can really only feed 1.5
Oops.
with the amount of coal I'm making.
What does it take to unlock overclocking?
That's what I was thinking. I'd have to go check and see how close I am to unlocking that.
Yeah, the Mies was Navy.
Navy?
So I've seen 22 different countries.
Yeah.
Nice.
All right. Let's see what it takes to get the rest of overclocking undone. That is alien technology. Oh, hard drive scan complete. Okay.
Yeah.
And so molded steel pipe, charcoal, fused quartz crystal.
Yeah.
Let's rescan both of those.
Yeah.
Fused quick wire? Nah.
Yeah.
Don't want to. Is that
Yeah.
the fine concrete adding silica? If I had to choose, of course, now I have to choose between the two, but I'm just going to leave it there. The advantage of leaving it there is that they won't give me another recipe for fine concrete or steel cast plate. In other words, if I really don't want either one of those, I don't want another hard drive giving those to me. So if I leave it there, I won't get those back. So let's rescan this hard drive. Alternate. We can do iron pipe instead of steel pipe. Okay.
That actually I think would be useful.
Yeah.
Um.
And then this one.
Wait, it's 20 to 5 instead of 3 to 2.
It's 3 to 2 versus 20 to 5.
I mean, it's a simpler chain, but yeah, I think I'd go iron pipe.
Okay.
Lexi votes iron pipes as well.
Yeah. But I don't need to take either one at this point.
True.
So 4 steel to 1 or 24 steel to 9 by adding concrete. But concrete is slow to make. And you need so much of it to make platforms and so forth. So I don't think I'd choose this one. At least not in the early game.
Lexi says if you combine iron pipes with iron wire, you can, and steel rotors, you can make motors out of iron. That's cool.
Yeah, that is. I'm just going to leave those there for now.
Yeah. So we need
I
them.
got the one I really wanted. And the one I really wanted was the pipes. Oh, I was coming to see how much it would take to unlock. That's under alien tech, I believe.
Yeah.
Is it
that's
under
right.
alien tech?
Yes,
that
it is. You just have to get through that SAM.
I've got to get a SAM node.
Wait,
Well,
I'm sorry. Are we talking about overclocking?
Right.
Yeah,
That's
it's
under
it's
power
under.
slugs.
There you go.
And I just okay. I've got everything I need here.
Yep.
Go do that research. And I don't have a purple power slug yet. In fact, I've not.
Power slugs extract latent energy from their
stop.
surroundings.
I need to make frames. I've got plenty of. I've got plenty
Well,
of.
you don't even have to do that. You can just go make a power shard now out of your blue and unlock overclocking production.
Is that what that allowed me to do? It
Oh no, it allows you to scan them. Gosh darn it, never mind.
I don't get that until I unlock this one.
Oh, okay. So a little bit ago, and I unfortunately, conversation got away. Volocrum said, "Doc, release me from the database struggle suffering, please."
How can I do that? Release you from the database struggle?
Databases are always
Databases are always a struggle, yes. Okay, I need silica for that.
And Gonagrim says, "Good morning, all."
Good morning to you. Crystal oscillators unloaded there, and then I could do this. I've got 30 crystal oscillators in my inventory, but I don't have the recipe for it because I need to collect some more. Do I have quartz crystal already over here? I think I do. One of these two.
So Mirage Gaming is an IT professional, hence the. Oh, there's a purple slug.
Oh, I didn't realize I had achieved a purple slot. If I go to the craft bench, I can also make some more quartz crystal here, and I think that'll give me. No, it won't quite give me enough. Darn it! It doesn't quite get me to 100.
So Mirage grew up in California and now lives in Tennessee. Says love the people.
Good change.
Love the culture in Tennessee. Love the food from California.
Yes, absolutely. You know, the better place to have moved would have been Texas. Then you could have had the Tex-Mex, and you could have had Texas barbecue and a bunch of good stuff.
Yeah, but I'd have to say there's a lot of overlap between California and Texas when it comes to foods.
Okay, I need to handcraft some more frames and go get some copper sheet.
Yeah.
But I think I can handcraft a bunch of frames.
Mirage says, now I live in a population 10,000 city or town, whatever it is. There's like 2 shopping centers in the entire city. Walmart in one and Kroger in the other.
Well, at least you have a Walmart. That's exactly where we're at, too. I mean, we have to drive 26 minutes is technically what it takes, according to Google, to get to the local Walmart. Because the town I live in is literally only 150 people. And we're on the outskirts of that even. So how dare you compare your wonderful food to the stuff in California? Our wonderful...
Found the Texan.
Uh-oh, we found a Texan. No, what I said was leaving California, moving to Texas would have been good because then you get Tex-Mex and
No,
Texas
I'm the one who
barbecue.
said there's a lot of overlap. I'm the one who said that because you're getting.
Oh, it's you he's criticizing.
Yeah,
Gotcha.
because there's a lot of the Hispanic influence on both. You're right. The barbecue is completely is much more unique to Texas, but
Okay.
see, and Lexi wants to one up us all. Says I should just live on the border of France and Italy, so I can have breakfast in France and dinner in Italy.
That's a good combo.
And she could live out her very own Hallmark movie.
Her very own Hallmark movie. That's right. She could. And she does. She recommends Hallmark movies all the time.
So
We
Zach
watched
says, but now all the Texans are moving to where I live in Missouri. Missouri's just so nice for connecting with nature while having a few decent-sized cities.
Yeah. A fellow Missourian, obviously.
Yeah, we're down in southwest Missouri, a little bit farther out of town than what we kind of initially were imagining. But
Power slugs. Guess what, Robert? I have unlocked power shards. Confirm. I can do power shards.
and that's synthetic. Yeah,
Research
that's what
completed.
that's what-
Purple power slugs seem to be near the end of their life cycle and have a significant amount of potential energy stored. It is a good thing fix
Now
it
we
does
can
not
overclock.
waste. Purple power slugs can now be processed into power shards.
So what's the second one here that gives I get a power shard
That's
for
the
doing
synthetic ones. That's the ones you can make in a
this?
manufacturer.
This synthetic power shards.
Yeah.
See, I'm seeing the picture. I'm seeing the picture here in the middle, and
Yeah.
it just says power shard. I didn't catch the synthetic up above. I'm going, what's the difference?
That's
Okay.
the one we want.
Now I can now we can make a power shard for this. I can go collect some wire. In fact, I think I have some wire right here in the MAM.
And KC Diggs.
In the hub, I mean. Go ahead.
KC Diggs asked Springfield for our location.
Nope. We're between Joplin and Springfield. We can drive an hour to get to Springfield and a half hour to get to Joplin, just to give you an idea.
Out in the middle of nowhere.
Well, no, it is somewhere. We live somewhere.
Sure. We literally live in a city that doesn't exist anymore.
Yeah, a city that still has a mayor.
Yeah.
I don't think she's paid. Her name is Donna, and she's a nice lady.
And the population went up by 50% when we moved in.
That's about it, because we moved. How many people did we move in? 16? Well, not quite 50%, but 10%. Okay, so what am I doing here? I'm going to a crafting bench. I'm pulling out all my slugs.
Oh, cool.
Here. 19 of them. I can actually make a few power shards.
So Zach, our fellow Missourian, says, I live in Republic, just outside of Springfield.
Very good. We pass by Republic every time we drive to Springfield. Yep.
Yeah. Used to live in a town with like 3,000 people, and do I miss it. Cool to find out y'all are from around where I live, though.
Yeah.
I lived in Mount Vernon previously.
Mount Vernon in
Missouri.
Missouri?
Yeah,
Okay.
remember, Missouri steals all their city names from other states.
Yeah, that's right. That's why Mount Vernon, Washington is what came to mind. You know, because I grew up in the Seattle area of Washington. And there's a Mount Vernon there.
Yeah. Okay, so Dalton says, I wanted to share something before I go.
Okay.
He used ChatGPT for this game, so his weapons factory is called Gimme Bay Annex for Regrettable Explosive Ordnance. I also made a throne room full of ballistic warp drives. Gosh.
Uh-huh. That's funny. That's funny. Gimme Bay Annex for Regrettable Explosive Ordnance. Oh, that's funny.
Great. Zach Weber says, I'm going to call or guess where you're from. He says either Pierce City or Freistadt, but I'll drop it to know I might actually see y'all sometime driving down the highway.
Well, north of Pierce City, there's a little town called Wentworth. We live on the outskirts of Wentworth. And so you won't see that name from the freeway because you'll see Sarcoxie, which is just north of us, 6 miles, and Pierce City, which is just south of us by 6 miles. So we're smack dab in the middle of Pierce City and Wentworth. And both of those you see signs for on the freeway, but you don't see a sign for Wentworth because it's a dead town, literally. No police force, no stop. Oh, it has a stop sign in the middle of it, but no street lights, just one stop sign. And that's only going one way, so that they have you stop so that the highway that goes through it doesn't. You stop for the highway. So anyway, I have 25 power shards, Robert.
Okay.
But can I overclock at this point?
Not
Do I
yet.
have to go over here and unlock?
Yes, sir.
I do. And I've got everything to do that.
Do it.
Yes. Now I can overclock that coal power plant so that I can actually get some decent coal production.
Overclocking development completed. Power shards can now be inserted into all buildings to increase input and output speed. Underclocking is also possible. Note, power consumption of
skip
overclocked
it.
buildings increases exponentially.
Overclocking increases power consumption exponentially, so says it.
So we have some pretty hot takes here.
Okay.
First, from AA, North Carolina has the best barbecue, period.
You think so?
North Carolina?
Well, I honestly can't say I've tried it, but I have tasted the Texas barbecue, and you got some stiff competition if you're trying to compete against Texas barbecue. So
Yeah, it looks like that's not hooked up. It's full.
yeah, it's full.
Look at it.
Oh, it's full because I haven't got the outputs established over here. But now
okay.
now I've got 150 coming out of this thing. Now I've got 150 target production coming out, which means I can double. Which means that these consume, I think, 30. These consume 40 coal per minute, so I've got a little bit less than what I need to support 4 of them. So I still need more coal to expand this line. So frankly, I'm not going to expand this line, but I'm going to make sure I have enough ingots coming in. I'll have to go check and see.
The output's just full. That's the problem.
Yeah, the output's is full. Yeah, I knew that. Isn't that what I said?
Okay, so we have some response to the barbecue.
Okay.
First off, the me says whoever said that about North Carolina barbecue is entitled to their wrong opinion.
Oh no.
And Rich says North Carolina barbecue is fine if you like the flavor of wet mustard.
Oh dear. Oh dear. The food wars have begun.
And Gonogram says, yeah, if you're north of the Mason-Dixon line, your barbecue isn't in the top 20. And them are fighting words.
Oh dear. Whoa. We have set a few people off. Okay, we've set a few people off. Okay.
Now, for a completely different location in the world, Rain Van Dyke says, come to South Africa and then you can have some braai. Better than barbecue in Texas.
So what is braai?
What I understand, braai is more or less the same thing as, or I should say the only person I've ever heard explain it, it says it's just barbecue. But it's with their own flavorings and stuff. So I'd love to hear more about what kind of flavorings go into it.
Okay. 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 Kitty cat settled into my chair next to me.
Good.
She keeps going back and forth between my desk over here on the right, so my chair to my desk to my chair. And then after a while she gets tired of both of those and then goes and sits in the packing material from our new printer, which we haven't printed much from, and I'm really sad about. Okay, so what am I doing here? I need to get some things produced in this thing. So, since I'm not going to really extend this line because I only have one coal to extend it with, I'm just going to build another one somewhere else to get coal. I have 150, so I have the maximum number of foundries. So since I have the maximum number of foundries, I'm just going to consolidate these 2 output lines to the center, and I'm going to start making a line for pipe and a line for beams, and I'll have both of those going. So I am sure glad I found that alternate recipe, because getting 60 steel per minute out of each one, approximately, it's got a little bit less coal, so we have 4 divided by the 10. We have basically 2 less coal here. So, 5% less coal. So we're going to get 5% less steel ingot. So we get 3 less, 57 ingot per minute, to be technical. So I'm not going to worry about it. I'm just going to go by the number 60 and build out 120, 240 worth of constructors after I build out the logistics here. So we're going to merge here, and we're going to do it here in the center.
Solar Flare says, Doc is feeling cute. Isn't he always cute?
Not always cute. No.
I did not ask Doc's permission for today's stream title.
No, he did not. But, you know, after his flogging, he can be forgiven.
So Gloomy Cookie said, do you hear about the murders in Devil's Den? It's on the way to a place,
It's on the way to what?
to a place called Toadsuck. Arkansas looked at Missouri and said, nah, let's make these place names memorable, but in all the wrong ways.
Okay. Okay, okay. Let's go. Steel, I need to check. I need to make sure Steel Beam.
So apparently, it happened just a week or so ago. There were 2 murders that happened in Devil's Den State Park in Arkansas.
Yeah, exactly. Okay, yes, both of them are constructor lines. Okay, I'm going to make the left constructor line. Yeah, okay. And I'm gonna.
So they've apprehended the killer.
Good.
Strangely enough, the killer was a 28-year-old elementary school teacher.
Really?
He had held teaching positions across Texas, Oklahoma, is preparing for a new role in Springdale, Arkansas. No criminal history, no diagnosed mental illness, and was not known to the victims. And it was a stabbing. That's
Not
crazy.
known to the victims.
Yeah.
But I wonder if there was a running argument or something that they had as they were both jogging the same trail or hiking the same trail or something. And finally the guy just blew up or something.
Yeah? Who knows? That's crazy.
That is crazy. I mean, who would have thought that something like that could happen out of well, obviously they're not just casually meeting the person.
Yeah, who knows? Solo player says, oh, well, you know, Doc is a handsome older gentleman.
I am definitely a handsome older gentleman.
There you go.
Okay. All right. I need a couple splitters. Each of these machines takes 60 ingots.
Process it fast.
Yeah, no kidding. So 60 steel ingots, and so we're steel beam on this pipe. So it's taking in 60 steel ingots and only coming out with 15 beams.
Yeah, huge reduction there.
Yeah. We've got a problem.
Do you got a redeemed hydrate?
Okay.
What's
Right now I've got conveyors that can only do 120.
Well, then how about you get on to your next milestone?
Yeah.
How about you build it as is?
Because I got Logistics Mark III. Yeah, I'm going to be updating. I'll get the beams and I need those 2 things to get Logistics Mark III unlocked, and I can just go retrieve the plates after I get this going.
Yeah, I think you should just build it as is and let it be choked for a bit.
Yeah,
And then upgrade it as soon as you can.
Yep. And steel pipe is 30 and 20. Interesting. So the combination. So each of those takes 60, which is the two foundries, and then this side I can put 3 of them on this side because they take, they take 30 per minute, so I can put 4 of them on this side.
Sounds
Interesting
good.
to make steel beams. So pipes are going to come out a lot faster. That's interesting. I'm gonna put the recipe in here.
Deotta redeemed hydrate, by the way.
Yeah, I heard you. That's why I put
Okay.
this right here.
Okay, I didn't see that. And Rich Graham says I just picked up the game about 2 weeks ago. It should come with an addictive substance warning.
Yes, it should.
And Mirage says, Rich Graham's welcome to the game and community. Most people here are nice.
Okay, would you like to identify the ones that are not nice?
No, we just won't talk about them.
Okay, we just won't talk about it.
And Whitestone says most of the community is willing to help as well if you ask.
Yep. So join our Discord, and if you need help, the Discord community really does step up and help.
Yeah. And once again, yeah, Whitestone is one of those who's in our Discord all the time, helping to answer people's questions about various issues that they have with their builds. So let me drop the link to the Discord real quick for you guys.
Yep. All right.
Anybody who wants to hang out.
So we have 240 ingots coming in here. And, okay, it's time to hook them up. Time to hook them up. And we need more to hook up here.
Cooldown TV is raiding with a party of 8 people.
Fantastic. Thank
Welcome,
you.
Raiders. First time chat from Yaddick Mantis. Hello.
Yaddick Mantis.
Good to have you.
Good to have you. Thank you for coming. We enjoy everybody who joins us. We have a Discord if you ever want to come and just hang out on Discord and get questions answered. The Discord also has a showcase channel where you can post pictures of your builds, and the pictures of your builds end up once a month in a review of the neatest ones that Robert compiles. Robert is my editor, for those who don't know.
Hello.
And Robert compiles those, and I go over those in a Monday live stream once a month, at beginning of the month. And we just did it yesterday. So post your favorite pictures of your builds and show them off. Yeah, show them off. And we just have fun. It's a very casual community, not really competitive. We're just hanging out, having fun together, and helping each other enjoy the game.
Mm-hmm.
So, yep, Discord was posted. Very good.
Yeah, there we go. Oh my, there is a Robert, says the other. Hey. Ishtar says, hello, Doc. I'll leave you my viewers from France. Thanks for all your tips and videos.
You're very, very welcome.
Oh, very cool.
Yep. Okay. Okay, so the question is, what have I not connected here? Okay, one more here to get it all started. Now, 120 means that the first two, when they fill up, should send them downstream to the next ones. So I don't need to have more than 120 here because none of the branches consume more than 120.
Okay.
Anyway, I'll be upgrading Mark III here as soon as I get production going on these anyway. So, okay, merger time.
And Trumpkin says New York is still a mixing pot for food. Yeah. We have access to so much good food, and people bring us their specialties.
Yep, that is true.
Yeah. I have not had the pleasure of going to New York yet.
I did.
Yeah?
My brother got married in New York.
Hmm.
He married a New Yorker.
Yeah, he did, didn't he?
Yep. Yep, she grew up on Long Island. I need more rods, and the problem with more rods can be solved by this down here. I can make rods, and that's a pure node down there. I can make. I think what I'm going to do is to retract this line because I can't use it up here because it's too much for up here. I'm going to retract this line, and down here I'm going to make rods and plates that are just for use rather than actually make rods down there that are just for use because I've got a plate line up here that is just storing plates. Yes, that's what I'll do. So, sorry, thinking things through while I'm talking.
All good.
Okay, I'm going to take 100 of those ingots.
And Trump Kid says we live on the Falls side of the state of New York. Our small town is 20,000 people.
Yeah.
You
Your
know that-
small town. Okay.
Well, I mean, 20,000 people is still not huge.
It is not huge.
It has to be an interesting experience living there, kind of in the New England, but outside of the big cities, because you're less than an hour away from major cities, from massive cities at all times. But you live in the countryside. You know?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's be pretty cool. When we talk about, we're a half an hour away from Joplin. You know what Joplin is? Old suburbia sprawl with some, low commercial, low industrial spread around everywhere.
Uh-huh.
Like, it's not a big city.
Nope, it's really not a big city.
A big building would have 3 stories.
Yep, it's definitely not definitely not like Kansas City or St. Louis, that's for
Yeah.
sure.
Yeah, Trumpkin says we have farm community all around with vineyards and orchards.
Vineyards and orchards is neat. Cow farms are not quite so neat.
Which is what we're surrounded by.
Yeah. We're surrounded by cattle. Definitely surrounded by cattle.
Yeah, Casey obviously knows the area, says Joplin is not that big.
No, I think we go by the sign and it's, what is it, 27,000 people or something?
I don't read signs.
You don't drive in cars too much either.
Not much, no.
All right, let's go back out here and finish building whatever it was that needed rods.
Oscar says, I went to New York once. Man, that was a very interesting week for me to run into some old Italian guys in suits to help them do things for their business. It was very interesting.
Yeah.
And Caffeinated says, someone say Kansas City. Hello, Caffeinated.
Yeah, I did say Kansas City. Oh, no. Caffeinated, I hope you live in a burb of Kansas City and don't live in Kansas City and pay their extra income tax. That always seems to be odd when I file my Missouri tax and they ask you if you live inside Kansas City so that you can pay extra taxes. I go, that seems odd, but...
Chingo asks of Oscar, did they make you an offer you cannot refuse?
Followed by, you'll wear cement boots if you refuse.
Swim with the fishes. The Otter says, I can't imagine the nearest city or town being an hour away. Nearest town for me is like a 10-minute walk.
Okay, I'm light on reinforced iron plate. I'm running out of materials to finish building things.
And Casey Diggs says their extra 1% tax is also for anyone who works in Kansas City, not just those who live there.
Oh dear. Gotta love that, you know? Or not.
Yeah. Caffeinated says, I live in Platte City, technically, so I don't have to pay the stupid tax.
Good. Good.
Oscar says, well, they all consider themselves family, yet I don't think there was any blood relation.
Oh dear. Interesting. How far am I away from that? Would you like to guess? You can't ever tell dimensions around here. That's the one thing I have a hard time when I do jumping puzzles. I have a hard time figuring distance. So
I'm gonna say 14 tiles.
okay, I just did 3, and I'm there. You said
Oh,
14.
I thought you were meaning the far platform, not the.
No.
Okay.
Okay. See what kind of ramp it takes to get up to it. Well, okay. It's gonna take a 1 and a 2. Which means I got to back up one more.
And Chingo says, "Now you got to go down a couple of blocks and visit with cousin Tommy. He loves to meet all the new members of the family. He likes to take him around the city and show him the sights."
Tell them who the guys are that you need to make sure you don't offend.
Mm-hmm. And Christopher Hansen says, "Hello, I'm new here. I play a lot of Satisfactory myself."
And must be a Swede. Are you a Swede?
Or at least have that Swedish blood. The IKEA blood.
Yep. Because I'm a Hansen and you're a Hansen. So, wondering. Oh, this line is all stopped up. Must have run out of plate. No, it's got plenty of plate. And plenty of rods. Why is this stopped? Oh, it's probably because it's full on the other side.
He's Danish.
Danish, okay. Oh, we can give him that, yeah.
Okay. So if I says more Swedes, ... Not the Danish. And William Burdett says, "What's up, Doc? How you doing?"
Doing really well.
Yeah.
Sort this. Yeah, I've got 500. I'm collecting enough for this as well as enough to. I'm gonna get one more. Okay, that got that line started again. Okay.
JG says, "Hi, Doc. Hi, all."
Hi.
And Christopher says, "I watch a lot of your shorts. They've really helped me, but I'm still trying with the pipes."
Yeah, pipes are a challenge. Pipes are a challenge. Always.
Chingo says, "Funny story about the Sons and the Sens.
Uh-huh.
They were all once the same family, but couldn't share or pronounce their name correctly." The end.
Okay, that's one way to look at it, I guess.
Spencer Bright says, "Thank you for the Discord link. I was able to fix my power issue yesterday. Love the community and thanks for all the tips."
You're welcome. You're welcome. And I can't even take credit for the community. That's kind of built itself. We just provided provided the means to get together, and everybody else has just kind of just been good about, working together and promoting things and just being a good community. So
Yeah.
it's been great. Okay, so I'm powering up my constructors here to start getting things going. What is going on here? Okay, power line. It's maxed out. Okay, did I get both of them? It looks... Did I get both of them? I did not. So this... I need to put a power line on this machine, but it's not... There we go. There we go. And that machine. Okay. All right, that's starting to work. Why isn't the other one starting to work? Ah, because it doesn't have the recipe. And we're doing beams on this side.
Okay.
And beams there. Yes, good.
Excellent. Just enough room for your storage containers then.
Yep.
Nice, nice, nice.
Put a storage container there that just takes in from that side.
Cookie says, Doc, the struggle was real last week. We're finally getting into aluminum, and trying to balance the water in and recovery water for alumina was breaking my smooth elf brain.
Who said that? Gloomy Cookie?
Yeah.
Okay. Yes,
It
aluminum is your first real challenge with machines that have a byproduct. And all of a sudden you got to start dealing with the byproducts and looping that back in or not looping it back in or sinking it, or, you know, you got a bunch of decisions to make. And that can tend to be challenging. All right, so let's go hook up a conveyor to there. And got to get the rest of the conveyors hooked up here. Right. Oh, great. I did straight mode in it. It cut it in the middle. And I don't want that. So I'm going to tell it to...
Gloomy said, it's fine, I worked it out with a scratch pad. But yeah, the mouth was hurting my brain something fierce.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
William said, what's your input like to bring so many beams at that spot where you're at?
What's my input like? Well, let's get on top of something here. Okay, so what I've got is I have a fairly low level miner over here, and it's overclocked 250% and only giving me 150 output. So that 150 output goes into the smelters and gives me 150 more, 150 into the, pardon me, into the foundries here, along with steel ingots. I'm using the steel ingot recipe, and each of those gives me an output of 60. So I've got 120, 240, almost 240 output here. And that's coming into these two lines. I've got 2 machines here that are making beams and 4 machines here that are making pipes. And that's just how it broke down on each of the sidelines with the steel ingots that I had available coming through. Now, I've overbuilt. In fact, I've got these four that don't have the recipes in them, it looks like. So I got to go tell them the recipes, but wow. So I've got to tell it, well, steel pipe, no power. Okay, I still need to run the power over here. I got the pole, but I didn't run the power, so that's good. So hopefully the machines will just fire up here. I want to power on that machine. Oh, come on. Oh, I don't do good on jumping puzzles. And okay, so all four of those are done, and I've got pipe coming out on this side and beams. So I've got pipes and beams coming into each one of these. This will be pipes going into there, and over here beams going into there. And as soon as I have 200 beams and 200 pipes, I can go unlock the next phase, because I've got the 400 plates here, sitting here. So as soon as I get the rest of the beams and pipes that I need, I will be unlocking Logistics Mark III, and that'll make my this whole factory run a lot better. Simply because it'll help with the getting the, especially down this manifold line, it'll get the the 400 and the 240 that it can't do now. It'll get the 240 down this line a lot more swift. All right, so I'm going to deconstruct this conveyor line, and I am going to go down here and build a rod line. And are we missing any am I missing anything on the cat windows, Robert?
Probably.
Okay. Did you start concentrating on something?
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm trying to get the model, next version of the model ready. But, oh, address said just redeemed. And it didn't pop up. Why is it not working?
Can I just hit replay sound?
Yeah.
Alert, due to increased spectator engagement, conveyor belt functionality is now offline. Estimated downtime is 10 minutes. Your inability to optimize is not a bug, it's a feature. Thank you for your ongoing contributions to Fixit's entertainment division.
Okay. We get to entertain people again.
Well,
okay.
Before it even finished, Conogrim redeemed Let the Man Work.
Oh, dear. Okay. Goddle. I think Gottlegrim just saves just to do the Let the Man Work.
Probably.
Or do we need to make Let the Man Work cost 4,000 instead?
Well, I originally made it cost less.
Yeah.
But, you know, at least no, I think equal is about right.
Yeah. Okay, so I have a miner here that will do 120, not overclocked. If we overclock it, we could build a nice, robust rod line down here.
So Caffeinated says this XP thing on YouTube is weird. It feels like they copied Twitch's homework, but just changed enough so the teacher doesn't notice.
Ah.
Yeah.
Okay, so when I get Mark III conveyor belts, do you remember what Mark III conveyor belts go from 120 to what?
270?
270, so it about doubles. So if I overclocked this, if I overclock it 250, that goes to 300. If I overclock it 200, it goes to 240.
I think Let the Man Work should use a line from, what's the game called? The Space Dwarfs game. Deep Rock Galactic.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm trying to figure out how I'm going to lay out a factory here. Or lay out the factory here. Get rid of those weeds. So, okay. The thing is, if I expand it to 240, that means I can put 4 more smelters here. And it looks like I need to jog the smelters away from this outcropping of rock here. So jogging the smelters out a little bit each time so that I don't get in front of this too badly. Either that or I could just deconstruct this one and this one and this, that, and just change the merger here to point out that way. Yeah, that's the way I'll do it. Then I don't have to worry about clogging up this one if I jog out one of those. And we're gonna...
So Fly with Alex asks, are you playing on a controller?
No. On a controller, if you call that a controller,
Nah.
that's just a,
But you're
keypad.
also typically you're using your trackball, right?
Yeah, I use a trackball. What have we got shaking? Somebody knocking down trees behind me? We had an earthquake on online here. What is going on?
Is that your mouse or your cat?
Maybe it's my mouse. Oh, he's shaking. Okay.
There you go.
Okay. I thought maybe we were having an earthquake.
Yeah.
Okay, if I jog that far, I think we need to go just a little bit farther.
So why does Let the Man Work not have a cooldown, but I have to wait a whole hour? So I put it together without asking Doc. I just put it there. My thought process was Let the Man Work are supposed to be able to counter both the conveyors as well as the pipes. So it's weird to have... It's like I don't know how to set the cooldown right. So...
You don't, huh?
Yeah.
Okay, so I'm going to then deconstruct this one.
Jay asks, does the VTuber model look like the cartoon version of Doc you used in the thumbnails? If not, I'll be disappointed.
I don't have a VTuber model yet. And
Nor do you intend to have one, I think?
I don't know, do I?
I don't know. Garrett and I suppose that perhaps, like if we decide for some reason to do a late night stream and you don't want to come in here and look all pretty for the camera, we can have the lights off.
Like I want to come in my pajamas or something?
Yeah, exactly. Come out here in your pajamas. No, I think Jay's referring to. I brought it up yesterday that Garrett and I are building something for, so Garrett can have a channel, have stuff going on, but it will be very similar, but not
similar, but not. Is that what you said?
Yeah, it's similar, but we're not intentionally conforming it to. Yours is a little more cartoonish.
Robert, do you think this will work? Do you think I can get the bend to go? Well, I probably just check it out and see.
Yeah, give it a shot.
Oh, come on.
We'll take it off of straight.
Yeah, I'll try that. Curve doesn't work. Default doesn't work.
No, actually just get it closer to the machine.
Exactly.
Yeah, closer to the machine will be just fine.
Hopefully they're the same height.
Yeah. Solarflare says, what is that mouse?
Now let's make sure that I can put a conveyor in the center here.
So being a trackball mouse, instead of having, the optical sensor looking at your mat underneath, you keep the mouse stationary, and it puts a ball that you move around with your thumb, with optical sensors on the inside to look at the...
I move the ball around with my thumb here. And I got this originally because I had carpal tunnel, which I had carpal tunnel surgery. You see that line is not a surgical line, but the carpal tunnel surgery line is here in both hands. That's just the price you pay for being a programmer, right?
Yep.
And so it's simply, I'm going to put that closer.
Yeah.
I really don't want it.
Gloomy Cookie saying, Doc's going to show up in a VTuber model looking like a 20-year-old beefcake with a voice mod, so he sounds like a blend of James Earl Jones and Morgan Freeman.
Okay. I would love to have a James Earl Jones voice, that's for sure.
Yeah.
That would be cool. That would just be way cool. Okay, so if I go... What? Okay.
Archon says, I do like trackballs, but I like having the 12 keys on my mouse better. Or more.
Yeah. If you're good at manipulating the extra keys and getting them programmed to where they really work for you, I can see the advantage very definitely in having a good gaming mouse. I just have never got to the point of being able to use one, so at least not effectively.
Yeah, like back when I played World of Warcraft, I ended up getting a series of the, 12 button mice, so I could put all my spells underneath my thumb, and it was fun, but number one, they wore out very quickly. They were not long-term mice. They did not last very long. They were cheaply made. SteelSeries is a trash brand, and I was endlessly frustrated with their products. Anyway.
So there's a non-promo for Steel mice.
Yeah, for
Steel brand.
Series. Now I'm using the Logitech MX Master 3S, which I swear by this mouse. And it has a very sensible extra 2 buttons, a forward and a back, as well as a horizontal scroll wheel, which is nice.
Cool.
Unsing asks, which is the best starting area?
Well, there's really no best starting area. It's just wherever you like to play from. It's literally where do you... I would first start, if I was starting off new, in the grassy area, the far left one when you start, simply because that is probably the easiest place for a newbie to start. And then I would graduate and choose one of the other 3 as you want more and more challenges. So, okay, looks like we've got this all connected up. And I love being able to jump up here. Good. Good. All these look like they're being set to iron ingots. Now I just have to get these things powered up.
So on the subject of your inevitable VTuber debut.
Inevitable, huh?
Inevitable. Grim says, I don't know, I'm more of a fan of Walter Cronkite or Marlon Brando.
Walter Cronkite would be a great voice. Marlon Brando, I don't know. He had a cool voice, but I don't know that would work for me. Walter Cronkite, definitely. But I still think I'd choose James Earl Jones.
Okay, Doc. You need to read Gallagher's last 2 messages in your best Marlon Brando voice.
I couldn't duplicate a Marlon Brando voice.
Otherwise, well, if you don't, then I have to try it.
Okay, go for it.
That's not what I wanted.
That wasn't the result you wanted from that statement, was it?
AutoWork says the Inland GM98 is an MMO mouse and it's built very well. No cheap clicks or cheap feel. Interesting.
Okay.
Inland, that's Oh, Micro Center's brand, right?
Yeah, I think so because their filament is Inland brand.
Yeah. Interesting. I didn't know that they made mice.
They're probably working on getting their brands.
The same thing that Walmart and Amazon do. Every large marketplace that does halfway well then undercuts their own suppliers and producers by creating their own products instead. And at first they're very high quality, and they gradually reduce their quality as they edge everybody else out of the market.
Man, you are just negative retail today, aren't you?
Yeah, it is the Micro Center house brand. Okay. And Gluten and Cookie says, "We're slowly corrupting Doc. It's all coming together."
Okay. Is that the point? Is that the challenge or desire to corrupt Doc? All right, here's a stack of those. And a stack of those. Let's go unlock tier 3 belts. Let's go unlock Logistics Mark III, folks.
Yeah, actually, Inland's filament is pretty darn good. It's not specialty filament, but it's good for just churning out stuff that you need to do that works. You know, it keeps a very, very good diameter. Runs. I don't think I ever had a tangle with it. It's bound well. Yeah, it's good stuff.
Cool. Ada's talking.
Milestone reached. Improved storage
Oh, I
containers
can upgrade
and a
the storage
conveyor belt
containers
Mark
too.
3 provide the obviously necessary tools for improving your current setup.
Okay. Okay. I totally missed it. I usually watch it. Hey, by the way, I've got default colors in there. Anything? Anybody want to help me with a color scheme? That would be great. My other Doc Solo color stream was the red color something. What was that called?
Yeah,
Robert?
the Dr. Pepper colors.
The Dr. Pepper colors. I really like that, but I don't remember them off the top of my head.
I'm sure Kathy has them memorized.
Okay. Okay. Let's go choose the next milestone before I leave here and figure out what I need to make next.
Oh, Grandpa's here now. Says
Hey.
hello, Doc, and stream.
Okay. I'm sure he remembers the mid 70s.
Alexa says, "Guys, do you realize today history is being made? For the first time, Doc shared candy with Robert. Huge piece of history there."
Yeah, and I shared candy with my cat too. It's sitting on top of the partition, ready for the cat to go get it. Oh, we got Miners Mark II now too.
Oh, nice.
Okay, so I just expanded my line over there, and I could probably take back my power shards. I'm going to need to get some mini miners in my inventory so that I can. Let's see if I stored any mini miners. I don't want to make any if I've stored them.
Oh, man. Okay, we've already had 3 suggestions for colors.
Okay. So, Alexa, what colors are those?
Well, let's try Archon's first, because Archon did post first.
Okay. Help me know where to change those. I think it.
No, it's just in a panel. It's just open up your build menu.
Okay,
And go to
customizer.
Customizer, yep.
Okay.
And fix it factory swatch.
Okay, fine.
We got to exit the swatch.
Edit the swatch. There
Yep.
we go.
There you go. And copy and paste those from Archon. We'll give them a shot.
Okay, there we go.
And Grandpa says, "Oh yeah, remembering the '70s, cool man."
Right. Yeah, cool, man. He does remember the 70s, yes. Okay, so we select those colors. Oh, come on. Purple and pink. I don't
No,
think So
Let's try Alexa's.
yeah, let's. All right, let's edit the swatch here, and Alexa's is there. I'm just not a purple and pink sort of guy here.
Grandpa says, I love my bell bottoms.
I've got too many pictures of me in bell bottoms.
Oh, they're hilarious. Basically, we have all the pictures of my parents together that are like from the waist up, and they're proudly displayed. At least when we had a wall displaying them. That's all right.
Yeah, that's all right. I like the blue. Yeah, I like
The
the
few
blue.
pictures we have of them that show off my dad's pants, that never get hung up somehow for some reason.
Just never make it to the board. No? Isn't that terrible of me? Okay, I like those colors. That's good. That is good. Okay,
Okay, we'll go with those.
let's go ahead and get some mini miners in my inventory.
Okay.
Got to go to the equipment workbench for that. So I can upgrade my... I need rods and plates.
Oscar wants me to find the pictures and post them on the server.
Okay. Well, can't find those pictures, Robert. They're lost.
Oh, obviously, definitely lost. Mark Mitchell says, bell bottoms are returning. The wife and I
Yeah,
have
I've
70s
noticed that.
parties, and they're black.
I have noticed that. It's amazing that somebody would actually deliberately wear bell bottoms nowadays. Interesting where the red ends up on the.
Yeah. And Agar says, and first time chat, so thanks for being here, says we need a stream of Doc wearing bell bottoms. I tell you what, if he does, it'll be waist up.
I could always say I'm wearing bell bottoms.
There you
and
go.
actually
You
not
never
be
know.
wearing bell bottoms. Yeah, bell bottoms, were kind of the extreme fashion statement of the 70s. It's kind of amazing.
The extreme, if you don't include the bandanas and the hairdos and the all the crazy hippie stuff.
Yeah. Now, what did I need the plates for? I needed the plates to make the mini miners. Gosh, I can't even say it.
Mirage says Doc needs to wear Crocs while wearing socks by the dock. I will tell you that whenever he wears sandals, he always has socks on.
I always do. Not a pastry first time chat says, love your shirt stock. They really helped me streamline my factory. Keep up the good work. I will definitely do that. Tie-dyed t-shirts. Oh, yes. Yes, tie-dyed t-shirts. Those were fun. Those were fun.
And Groaning Dwarf, first time chat, says, hey, everybody, hope your day is good.
It is good. Oh, Groaning Dwarf, another first time chat. Good. Ryan Van Dyke, we didn't try his color swatch. Let's I don't know if I could get back to the Dr. Pepper one put there, and we need to copy all of these color combinations, orange and I always use my go-to colors, orange and beige. Orange and beige, okay. I think I'm going to stick with this color for this playthrough just because I like it. That's a good reason, right?
Yeah,
Just
absolutely.
because. So the big question is, do I upgrade the miners that are doing the right job here? I mean, this one's doing 60 per minute, and that's exactly what I need. I've got 2 combined at 60 per minute, gives a good cool 120 per minute, and where it's going is balanced. When I need a new coal mine, I can go ahead and upgrade this to get 240. I think the upgrade gets you 240. And then split them off. Upgrade both of these to 240, split it off, and do something else with this coal. I could do that. I'm definitely going to take my power shards out of this one. But I'm going to upgrade this one. Production. Okay, wait a minute. I thought I got Miner Mark II. Didn't it say I had Miner Mark II?
That's advanced steel production, which you haven't finished. I think. Okay.
I thought for sure that Ada said that I had Miner Mark II.
We got a big question from Gontagram.
A big one, huh? I'm going to look at the milestones here. What's the big question? No, I did not get Miner Mark II. That does come in this next one. Okay.
Which you can almost do.
I can manually do the frames easily.
I think it's about time for you to make a frame frame assembly.
Yeah, there's another factory to build, right?
Yep. So Gonogram says, okay, why do you wear socks with your sandals? I have to know this. I see many of your ilk wandering the Walmarts here wearing socks with sandals, Hawaiian shirts, and the most awful colored khaki shorts. It's like an escaped clown from a circus dressed himself.
Oh, I never wear shorts. I only wear sandals when I want to cool off my feet. And just can't stand my feet being bare. I just don't like going barefoot. Even in the house, I don't go barefoot. Even in the house, I don't go just with stocking feet. I always wear shoes. So it's just a weird thing that some people just do weird things. I just don't like going barefoot at all. And so I just don't like the feel of it. So that I wear socks with anything I wear on my feet. And I don't ever go without wearing something on my feet. So that's kind of where it's at.
And I will confirm that Doc does not own... Well... You don't own any Hawaiian shirts, or at least I've never seen you wear a Hawaiian shirt.
No, I do not own any Hawaiian shirts. And I don't own shorts, really. I own 2 pair of shorts.
Yeah.
And I never wear them.
Yeah, which he is forced to wear once every 2 or 3 years when we go, like, down to the river or something like that.
Yep. I tried bowling one day in shorts, and I just couldn't do it. I just had to have the feel of the... shorts, of the long pants on my legs to bowl. And I'm a pretty good bowler, at least I was before my shoulder replacement. I could expect to get a 200 game every time I bowled, at least one. And when I don't, it's been a bad day, Never had a 300 though. I missed a 300 by 1 pin in tournament play one time. Got a 279 missing of 1 pin in the 6th frame.
Wow.
Yep. And I was just on that day. I had 5 strikes at the end of the previous game and 3 strikes into the next game. So I was just dialed in that day. So was my highest series that day. Okay. Everything is working here. I need to go make some steel modular frames. I need to make a modular frame at the factory, yes, but I'm going to see what it takes to manually do it because I want those. I want the next miner. So modular frames.
Oscar says that the Hawaiian shirt, shorts, and sandals with socks is just the uniform for dads.
Oh, it is?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, that's the dad uniform.
And Caffeine says, as an IT guy, I own many Hawaiian shirts. It's the standard IT uniform.
That's true, and true ever since the 70s. Yep. True ever since the 70s. Okay, I need to build out my rods. I am going to upgrade. I am going to upgrade my keys.
Oscar
There.
says, quick, open up PO boxes. Your fans flood you with Hawaiian shirts and khaki shorts.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Don't give out my size, Robert.
Nope. I'd have to know it first. He's short.
I am not short. I am very average, thank you. I'm not going to say I'm tall, because I'm not. But
Well,
I'm not short.
Look, you have a perfect, you have the perfect height. All your sons are taller than you, and all your daughters are shorter than you.
Yeah, I have a perfectly average family, thank you. You know, I think I'm probably going to make a second floor here. But anyway, I've got to upgrade some conveyor belts here.
Why so this Robert's asking for it.
Yeah, he is.
Yep.
Don't know what he's asking for, but he'll get it.
Whitestone says, my house is a no shoes allowed, carpets and floors stay cleaner, no stickers end up being stepped on.
I don't solicit the friendship of anybody that won't let me wear my shoes in their house.
Wow.
I mean, honestly, I get so uncomfortable taking off my shoes that I get reluctant to go over to somebody's house that forces me to take off my shoes. It's that bad. It's just.
And T-Man has rated us a party of 3.
Well, fantastic.
We got a couple of you guys here. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
And Morning Joe says, good morning. As well as Rice Munch. And T-Man says, hey Doc, how's the factory?
It's coming slowly, but it's getting a little bit better. I can't wait until it finally starts merging into one big factory. That's going to be fun.
And Doc just unlocked Mark III conveyors, so he's going through and upgrading everything.
Yeah. Everything that's important, and here it's important.
Okay, we have a good opinion question here.
Okay.
Alex asks, is it better to make coal power plant on the coal node or transfer the coal to your main base?
Depends on where the water is. Is the water close by? If the water's close by, then make it right where the coal node is. But if the water isn't close by, really I like to build the coal plant close by the water and transport the coal. Because it's easier to transport coal than it is to transport water, in my opinion. So I build it where the water is. So if both are in close proximity, build it right there. But transport the coal instead of the water if they're separate from each other where you're at. So, okay. So I've upgraded all of the items here. It's all backed up because I haven't provided an outlet for any of the stuff yet. So let's get some rods being made here because that's what is needed for here. Just need a constructor, and I'm missing cable to do that, so I need to go grab some cable from where they're being made. And they're being made right over here.
Maybe a diversion to finding some SAM ore would be in order. Because you have plenty of everything else to make some good depots.
I do have plenty of everything else to make some good depots. So, boy, this is full already.
Adjustea has a solution, by the way,
Two.
to being invited to a house with shoe off requirements. We can buy you a box of plastic, like the airport style plastic shoe baggies. Hmm.
But my feet would still feel bare. They wouldn't feel like they had a sole to them. Right?
Sure. Caffeine says, I never wear shoes, even to go out to get the mail outside. I've just been hiking all my life, so my feet are just calluses.
Yeah, exactly. My feet are just as tender as a newborn's bottom.
And by the way,
Which doesn't make it well for trying to walk on stuff that hurts. Anyway, go ahead.
the baggies go over your shoes, by the way.
They go over my shoe.
So you
Oh,
leave your shoe on, and it goes over your shoe.
okay. And it's nice and clean so that people
Right.
don't mess up their rugs.
It is weird, though, because the friction's all off, right?
Well, yes, but tolerable.
But tolerable, yeah.
All right, one more step. There we go. And see how far I can go before it starts complaining about the rocks behind. Frankly, I'll start complaining about the rocks behind. There it goes, already complaining.
Now, just put it down and just nudge it into the rocks a little bit.
I have to get an output back here.
Yeah, true.
So
Lift it
if
up.
I nudge this up, yeah, I'm going to build another level up here.
There you
I'm
go.
just going to build up. And I could build over here as also, at least until I get to this. And then if I build a second floor, because I'm getting an output from 8 of these. So I'm getting 30 times 8, 240. And these, when I configure it for rods, get only 15 per minute. Those are slow buggers. I might just overclock quite a bit of these just to give. So 15 per minute. And how much did I say these things output? 40 per minute? 30 per minute. So I need twice as many. So I would need 16 of these machines. I would need 16 of these machines, and I really don't want to do 16 of them. So if I can get 8 on one floor and overclock them all by 200%, which would mean I would need 8 times, I would need 16 of my power shards to do that. I could keep them all on one floor if I can get that many on a double manifold here. Okay, let's see if I can get 5 in a row here. I'll nestle that one. I need to go that direction. Okay, I can equal that one. That's good. And 2, 3. Okay. And I'm only getting 4 that direction. Doggone it. So if I do 250, part of that is because this pole is where it is. Let's see if I can place a power pole a little bit farther into the corner here. And now let's hook the power back up. So this one goes over to there. And this goes over to somewhere here. There we go. Okay, let's see if I can put the machine. Yeah, it doesn't. Okay, I'm going to H and then nudge down. Okay. How badly did that nudge it into the ground back here? I don't have any room over here. Golly.
So you said you're very average. You're a very average family. Mirage Gaming then says, so which one of Doc's kids is missing legs? Because if he's an average family, he must have 2.5 kids. So who's missing the legs?
We were talking about height, my friend. Height. Tallness. We were not talking about average number of children.
Because he's no over average there.
Number of children, I'm over average there. And my daughter, of course, is not to be outdone, of course, has very soon will have doubled the size, the number of kids that I had. I had 5, soon she'll have 10. So, yeah, we've got a bunch of overachievers in our family.
And I wish the average number of children was 2.5, because we're not quite there anymore. T-Man says the kids keep spawning. Yep.
Spawning, huh?
Yep.
Okay, so I'm going to squeeze these in just a bit more. And I'm going to build a second floor. So I'm going to squeeze it in a bit more, and yeah, there and there and there.
Doc, I need you to approve a sign-in request on your phone.
I need to approve a sign-in request on my phone, which means I've got to go inside to do that.
Oh gosh, I will go get it then. Do you know where it is?
Actually, I'm not quite sure where I left it.
I will recruit Mom for help then.
Okay.
If Zach says, holy, that's a clan, that ain't a family. That's why we have 10 acres.
Yes. That's why so we can spread out. So when the kids are screaming, we don't hear them quite so much.
Not as much, but they scream loud.
Mm-hmm. We have 96 total viewers watching us at the moment, and that is pretty cool.
Now, don't all leave, because I'm leaving the studio for a bit. Okay?
Yeah, don't leave because Robert's leaving.
Yeah.
Don't leave for any reason. Okay. Yes, that's how I will configure this. I need a bunch of splitters. Okay, Gloomy Cookie. Better than South Korea, where they're estimating cultural collapse because the average number of kids is below 1 per family. Yes. And of course the Chinese experiment that they tried where they wanted to limit their family size to, two children, has turned into an absolute disaster because it's gone well below 2 children. And it's because for a long while, China had a one-child policy, and you couldn't have the second. And they found that women were aborting their children because it's a culture of males. It's a culture of males to continue the family legacy and the family name on down. So they were having too many women aborting their babies because they couldn't. Yeah, they just aborting their children, which is sad. Okay, that's what I need. And I'm going to hit H, and I'm going to nudge that over more to the middle. Boom. Which means I'm going to have to nudge every single one of them. Okay, come on. Okay, and there we go. H, nudge, nudge. There it is.
Here you go.
Oh, you found it.
I did.
Alrighty.
Probably expired.
Well, let's hope it didn't. Approved sign in.
48.
All right. Okay. It's done.
Cool.
Okay.
So, did you read did you talk about civilizational collapse?
Yeah, that's what we were talking about. They relating it to China, where they had the one-child policy for too long. Then they've gone to a two-child policy now, and it's just I don't know that it's improved much,
Yeah.
at least over the short term. I think they totally wiped out the policy just so that they could
Yeah.
start having children. But it's that was a really
Hmm.
H. Oh, come on. H. Here we go.
And Leafy, hello,
And we
hello.
can
Good to
just
see you.
we can just F3 into this one. Yep, straight into that one. Okay.
Alexa says, well, Robert, see it this way. Because your sister's so productive in creating grandchildren for your dad, you get a get out of jail free card. No, I don't
Obviously,
see
I'm
it
not
that
in the
way at
right.
all. I would love nothing more than to be a dad.
Okay, there's already a conveyor in there. That's why I wouldn't. And okay. And we've got a okay. All right, so we have that going in there, and these are not powered up yet. And I need to check to see if they're even told what to build yet, and they're told to build rods. Control C on that. Oh, stop jumping so doggone far.
Megalith says, I'm going to play some Satisfactory for a bit because peer-to-peer algorithms have declared me their sworn enemy, and honestly, I need a break before I start yelling at packets.
Oh no.
Yeah.
Sometimes work gets the best of you, and you have to deal with it however you can. You know, it's kind of like I also had a philosophy in my class that people don't need to put their cell phones away. They don't need to put them um, on silent. They don't, you know, if they've got because I always taught adults. Um, at least I always taught adults in the master's program anyway. And the master's program, a lot of times we had working adults, which means that their cell phones were their lifeline to their business, and some of them were on call, even though they were in class. I mean, you just didn't tell a group like that to put their cell phones down, and just leave them aside for the class. And I always kind of felt teachers were kind of had too much hubris to expect that that class members will come to class and just leave their life outside the door. That just doesn't happen in an adult class.
Yeah, it feels like that's just a holdover from earlier education.
Yeah, that's true. But they're not in high school anymore. I mean, and they've already been through 4 years of college. I mean, by the way, there's a huge difference between bachelor students and master students. The ones that have had the experience of getting through their bachelor's degree are just better students if they decide to go on to their master's degree. Uh, by the time they get to their master's, they don't have the Pell Grant funding. They don't have advantages of a freebie education a lot of times. So because of that, they tend to just be more desirous to be there, which really helps in all respects.
I think that happens pretty much at every break. High school to community college to undergrad.
Yeah, probably. All right, this one's going to need some help. All right, we've got
And Mark Mitchell says, right now he has dock on left screen, and then work on center and right screen.
Okay.
So yeah.
Okay, there we go. A little bit buried there, but okay. So my 3 keys decided to work and not giving me the conveyor belt.
And Kevin's doing the same thing. Docks on the right screen, work on center, left, and bottom.
All right.
Whitestone says, I got lucky in high school. Family was too poor for cell phone, so I wasn't able to get distracted or get in trouble for using one.
Yeah, that. And cell phones were early enough in their genesis that we basically said no to our kids having cell phones. So they went through middle school and most of high school without cell phones. So
I got my first cell phone when I was 16, but this was early 2000s. I got one when I was 16. And that's because I was traveling
yeah,
20, 30 miles away to school every day.
exactly.
So,
Yep. Okay. Let's get. Okay. When I had my driver's license, so I could use it in case of need. Yeah, that's a good reason too.
AA says, I teach teens in schools. Phones are a huge problem. It's taken bullying to another extreme. I used to think it was silly to limit them, as using a phone is inevitable in life. But man, kids are mean.
Yeah, kids at that age just think that they've got rights to just make other people's lives miserable. I mean, especially middle school ages, 12, 13, 14. That's just awful. An awful period of time for kids. Yeah, number 3 just isn't working anymore. I don't know what the deal is. Yeah, it's not even working on my keyboard. It's not just a keypad thing.
Interesting. So it's a game thing.
Yeah, it's just giving me nothing. So I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to go up here to Conveyor Mark 3 and hit the 3 key again and see if it...
Hit the 5 key then. Oh, there, that worked.
No, it didn't, because I clicked on it.
Yeah, sorry. It highlighted on your bar.
Oh, it did? Good. Okay. So maybe it did fix it. I just haven't checked it yet. Okay, so I've got the outputs all connected up. I just need to get the power all connected up.
So Leafy, Leafy has an interesting point, but I think I'm going to disagree with it. Leafy says, I still think people like to make others miserable because they themselves are in that state and want others to feel bad like that.
Yeah, the 1 key isn't working. The 2 key isn't working. The 3 key isn't working. The 4 key isn't working to get any one of those 4 hotkeys.
Hold Control and scroll wheel. Or Shift and scroll wheel? Or Alt and scroll wheel? What's one of those 3?
Wow.
Which one is it to change your
what is it to change your bar down here?
Yeah, I thought it was Control scroll wheel.
Yeah, what is it to change this bar down here?
Weird.
Okay. Yeah.
I generally, especially for kids and teenagers, I don't think it's a want to make everybody else miserable. It's a main character syndrome. When you're that young, it's so hard to imagine the other person living their own life, doing their own thing, that you always think that what they're doing is because of you. And it's a self-centeredness that, you have to grow out of that causes a lot of, and, I've talked with kids in that space, especially a nephew of mine who everything everyone else does is always to him and about him. And so they interpret totally normal things as being against him. And so he felt like very, very strongly like he had to teach them a lesson, or be mean back, or put them in their place, or enforce something, because he was always being attacked when most people never even thought about him. It was never about him. But that's very common in that age bracket, specifically that age bracket of they are the center of the universe and everybody else is just support and cast to the play you're putting on. And so everybody's actions get interpreted within that framework of I'm the center of the world. So
Yeah, and we see that playing out a lot. You know, and kids just have to grow out of it. It's not a matter that that's bad. It's just a matter of they haven't grown out of grow out of that. And unfortunately, that's, you know, the 12, 13, 14 range that are afflicted with that.
yeah.
And they just have to learn otherwise.
Mm-hmm.
Some learn it faster than others.
Yeah.
Boy, this just
And
does,
Switchy just says, "Oh, geez, you just taught me how to change my preset bar. Thanks." Well, it worked for him.
okay. Well, look at this.
What's up?
Look at all the things that just came up on my screen. And I
It
don't know
thinks
how.
you're in hologram build mode. Yeah, you need to reload your game, I think. After you save.
After I save. let's get these hooked up first.
Leafy says, "Oh, that's so valid, actually. I grew out of that super late in my life. I'm ashamed of myself because, to be honest, I still thought that way when I was 18. Learned that really late, but after I did, it made a lot of things less stressful."
Oh yeah. Yeah. And unfortunately, it does create a lot of stress for kids to realize that they, you know, it relieves a lot of stress to realize they're not the center of the universe, that everybody isn't against them, that everybody's comment isn't about them, for them, you know, to them. And you can take a breath, you know? You can take a breath. I am going to go to a lift here.
Adrestad says, "I was bullied my whole school career. There was always at least one bully who went to the same next school as me."
And that's really, really sad. Yeah.
Gologram says, "Learning they're not the center of the universe and existence doesn't revolve around you. There's a trillions upon trillions of stars in the sky. We're insignificant specks of dust in an infinite cosmos with things far more fantastic than us."
Yeah. Yep, so true.
Your brother says, "I got my phone in 4th grade and it was a Motorola Razr. Ooh, those were cool."
Okay.
I think it was
Motorola Razr. Wow.
I think it was a buy one get one situation with my parents, and they didn't know what to do with the extra phone. I don't want to call or text, but boy was I cool. Yeah.
Yep. Okay, so that gave me 6 of the 16 that I ultimately wanted to get. Interesting. This curve mode is just cool. The way they just slide on down.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So since these only take in 15, I've got 8 machines making 30 each. I need a total of 16 of those. I need 10 more on a second floor. So how is my second floor going to be configured? Let's just see.
Lexi says, "I still remember people saying They don't need a cell phone because they have a home answering machine.
Interesting statement. That was kind of like the statement of a person who didn't really know technology was going to overtake them
Hmm.
and change their lives forever.
I still remember a conversation I had, or I listened in on when I was a kid. And, what was their name? I think it was with you, between you and, the adult and another adult, Doc,
Okay.
after a scouting event
Okay.
of some kind, and he's a photographer. Pacheco was his last name.
Okay.
So you know the family.
Yeah.
And he's a photographer. And I think it came up because you had just gotten your first digital camera.
Okay.
This was
Oh yeah, and he was
early
telling me
2000s.
digital can't even begin to match 35 millimeter. Yeah.
right, and will never replace it, and will never be taken seriously.
And oh wow, he was wrong.
Yeah, now you still use 35 millimeter if you want a particular effect or you want something special. But yeah,
But see, all those effects can now be matched by Photoshop and other digital applications. So
yeah. Whitestone says, "Remember, you're unique, just like everyone else."
Yep.
And Adrestea says, "Analog photography is still a thing."
It is.
It is, yes, but it's a unique niche
It's a
thing.
yes, it is a unique niche that probably will always be there until the old folks die out and no longer continue wanting to pursue it. So,
I think there's some of the more artsy sort of people who want to bring it back for the art of it, which I think that's great. I think just like there are regular artists who still paint things with paintbrushes, and I'm glad they do, and they should. There are artists who make their own pigments, as they should. But that takes all the... It allows art to still be art, using whatever medium you wish. But there's so much photography that can be done that isn't strictly art.
yeah. And there's a lot of photography that's just documenting things that go on.
There's forms of art which are now created because of digital photography that couldn't exist before, too.
Yeah, that's true.
Leon, first time chat,
All right.
says, "Hello, Doc, if I may call you that.
You may.
My name is Leon, and I just recently bought that Satisfactory game. I really like it, especially the planning part before I set up a production line at 100% efficiency. May I ask you if you use any external programs like the Satisfactory Calculator or Modeler for planning?
Absolutely.
Or do you just build and figure out as you go?"
I absolutely use those. I don't want to try to wrap my brain around all the complexities of a large build. So yes, I do use those other tools. Absolutely.
Yep, I think Satisfactory Calculator is the one we go to the most.
Yep. Especially when I want to. Know where stuff is on the map. And
Yeah.
then so Satisfactory Calculator is good for a lot of things, more than just your builds.
Yeah, I use it for the map a lot.
Yeah. All right, my concrete factory is out there. I haven't connected that with platforms yet, so
Beezus says, "I believe there's a phenomenon where as people age, even well past adulthood, others' perceptions gradually become less important until they hit around 60-ish.
where you just don't care what other people think.
So
Yep.
I'm going to get this completely. Hopefully, I get this directionally correct.
Okay.
Talking about childhood development. Okay. There gets to be a point, at first when you're born, you don't understand the concept of what is a thing, what is a thing that is different from me. And, everybody knows that, or it's a common thing to know that the game Peekaboo is fun for children because they don't understand object permanence. So when you hide from the kid, you don't exist anymore, and then suddenly you do exist again. That's why Peekaboo is so much fun for them, and teaching them that concept. As the kid becomes a teenager, they start to understand groups and group dynamics, and teams, and being a part of something. And that's really exemplified and amplified with sports, with school pride and stuff like that, and it becomes a big deal. A lot of those sorts of organizations exist specifically because that really feeds into a teenager's development of understanding in their brain, I can be part of whatever group I want to be, and my identity can change depending on what group I'm a part of. That feeds a lot of the, oh, I'm too embarrassed to be seen next to my parents. A lot of the, I'm a part of this sports team or this club, that kind of feeling. Unfortunately, you have to grow beyond that and become an individual past that again. And sometimes not getting past the team-based mentality can hold people back.
Robert the Philosopher.
Well, I don't own an armchair, so I've got to get it somewhere.
Yeah. And you get a lot of that from reading a lot of books. I got it from my education.
There you go. Adrestea says, the good part about being bullied for so long is I never cared about what others were thinking.
Yeah.
I'm
After a while, you can't. It's too destructive to think that to think about what other people think, simply because you have to not care, because if you cared, it would just sink into your mind, and yeah, that's destructive too. So
I'm on the opposite end. I am still way too much of a people pleaser, and
well, you might get that from me, because every psych eval I've ever had has put me as a pleaser.
yeah. So. A little bit ago, Adrestea says, are you aware that Commodore is getting a reboot? They plan to launch old and new stuff of the 64.
Really? Interesting. Why would they want to do that?
So, I believe I understand the story because I think I know what you're talking about. A guy with YouTube channel, internet history type guy, got really interested in it, and if I remember correctly, he either purchased the IP, or got into a agreement or deal with the guy to build it. But I don't know the whole story, haven't really followed it, but some YouTuber with YouTube money is doing it, from what I understand.
Is bringing back the Commodore brand?
Mm-hmm.
Well, that is actually very interesting, because I don't know why anybody would ever want to, but obviously he does.
Yeah.
This is the first actual building that I'm building here in this world.
Kevin says, I stopped caring about what other people think a long time ago, and it was a liberating thing for me. It allowed me to put guardrails in place and take care of me.
Very good. Yeah. And when teenagers get that realization, it literally frees them, too, from the constant burdens of being criticized continually, because teenagers they can't get enough of criticizing others. They just incessant.
It's also that age where they're learning right from wrong, and learning right from wrong, adding in tribal politics, and suddenly you have a whole bunch of inquisitors on your hand.
Yep.
So Lexi, I don't quite understand your comment. Lexi said dropping is good game for teenagers to get a better sense of direction. Used to love it at camp. I don't.
Dropping? Oh, the person drop where you have to rely on somebody
trust
catching
fall?
you? The trust fall?
Oh, better sense of direction though? Yeah, I'm not sure. And Gonogrim says, it really depends on the importance and value of the person. Some random Nobi versus my grandfather, who helped put men on the moon. I care more about one's opinion than the other.
Oh, very true.
Trump Kid says, I don't know, Robert. I think
Well,
that family...
In order to get to that point, though, you have to get to the point of valuing a person's information based on their experience and or their education. And that means you have to differentiate between their ability to give you good, valid information or not.
Yeah. That's true. Trumpkin says, I don't know, Robert. I think that family dynamics of a team starts far younger. And if it's a close-knit family, too many comments, then those community team bonds last far longer. In terms of individualism and self-reliance, I think those develop based on personal responsibility.
Yeah.
I think what you're describing is correct. If I understand correctly, yes, you become part of the family becomes your identity. It's when you're a teenager that you are able to choose different teams or choose different identities. That kind of concept. But again, I'm definitely not an expert here. So Lexi says, basically at camp you get dropped off and you have to find your way back to camp.
Oh, that one. Okay.
Okay. Sure.
When you rely on yourself to actually do things and you're not constantly relying on the opinions and or input of others.
Uh-huh. Cookie says, the only thing I worry about is if people are a threat. A threat being someone who seems to do harm to those I care about, and all bets are off. Otherwise, I'm sweeter than a sugar mill.
Okay.
I like that. That's a good turn of phrase.
Yep. Not quite sure how far to make it over that direction.
Okay, we have a technical question to interrupt the armchair psychology.
Okay, good.
Good. Leon says, is there really a perfect way to play this game?
No.
Because I've seen quite a lot of 5 perfect setups you need for early game sorts of videos on YouTube. In my opinion, there's no right or wrong way to play as long as you're having fun playing along. But I can agree that some setups are more perfect than others. What do you think?
Some setups are more elegant, more perfect, better layouts, but it's always a good, better, best thing. It's, you do what you can at the beginning because you cannot make a perfect installation of anything at the beginning because you're still going to upgrade your conveyors. You're still going to upgrade your containers. You're still going to upgrade all your machines, all your miners especially. And there's just no way to build something perfect when you're first starting out. So is there a perfect way for anything? I don't ascribe to that idea at all.
Yeah. Whitestone says, I think growing up rich or poor also has a huge impact on development. When I was very young, I learned the concept of money and learned how to take care of children before I was in high school.
Interesting. Yeah, and did you learn to take care of children because that was just an expectation of your family? I would assume that's the case.
Yeah.
Because, they had to get to work or they had to do things that supported the family.
Mm-hmm. McGuire says, "Hi, I started watching your Satisfactory series. It inspires my game. I'm 13, not up to date with it all yet. What would you recommend, Mega or Modular Factory?"
You make modular factories until you finally get to the point where the builds are so complex that you need to collect them together, and that kind of forces you into a mega factory. And there's just this kind of natural progression when you start getting into tier 5 and 6, and the more complex items begin to surface. And then you've got to start collecting things. Like right now, I'm making a lot of small stuff and a lot of modular factories. But I built on the world grid, and if you don't know what that is, check out my short on the world grid. I built on the world grid so I can connect all these modular factories together. And once they're all connected together, I can build conveyor systems to bring them to a common place. And once they're in a common place, I can distribute them to the more complex builds that I need to make later on. So, modular, yes. Mega, eventually. Um, and that's kind of where things sit. Even in my Gigafactory, I have quite a few modular factories. We built the Gigafactory out in the Dune Desert, which is in the far west of the northwest of the map. And in the Dune Desert, there's a lot of mines out there, and we're bringing a lot of product into the Gigafactory, but they're all in modular factories sitting out in the Dune Desert, where they're mostly building just ingots and sending them uh, into the Gigafactory. But all of those are modular factories by themselves. So that's kind of my take on it, anyway. Hope that helps.
That's a pretty good way of saying it.
There, now I can see what I'm doing.
Adjustea says, "Well, with school bullies, alcoholic, abusive dad, no money, I think I turned out pretty good." That's great.
Yeah, that is a terrible thing when you get a parent that gets hooked on alcohol or something like that. Alcohol just turns some people mean, and I feel for you. Not that it's not your dad's fault for getting hooked at the beginning, um, but still, feel sorry for anybody that gets hooked on alcohol and then has the consequences of being hooked on alcohol, which is basically a ruined family in a lot of respects. I think I need to redo this corner here.
Trumpkin asks, "Is that description of when to do Mega versus Mini a short yet?"
Did we do a short on that? I can't remember if we actually did a short on that one.
I think we did, pros and cons of each, but I don't think we ever hit it kind of in that sense of.
No, I don't think we did. Okay, now I need to figure out how I'm going to connect it up to this wall. Let's start up here and see if I can put that and down. Okay, very good. So I managed to extend this corner out so that it doesn't clip this belt. All right, I've got enough up there that I can build the second part of the factory up there. Okay. Very good,
So-
very good. I'm up here. Yes. What do you
Good.
have to say for yourself?
Oh,
Robert?
Janok says, I was wondering, how'd you end up playing games? And how'd you transition from a corporate professional to a teacher?
Well, transitioning to a teacher came before I left the corporate professional world. I started teaching at Lindenwood because I just love to teach. In fact, I was hired at Boeing when I first started at Boeing in 1996 uh, to teach about Exchange and Schedule Plus. Now, a lot of you will recognize Exchange if you're on the server side of the email system Outlook. The server side of it is called Exchange still. But at this moment, Exchange was a desktop app that handled email, and Schedule Plus was the calendaring app that handled all your calendars. They talked to each other, but they were not the same app yet. They later became the same app when they became Outlook, and they finally felt the need to build a server version that kept the name Exchange. So Exchange serves on the server side of Outlook on the client side for both scheduling and email. So I started training, and I was thrown straight into the executive suite, training executives all the way from the president of the company all the way through the C-suite, the COO, the CFO, and all those people. Got to meet them all, and that was really, really cool, walking the halls and saying hi to the president or others. And so I was a trainer from the very beginning. Every time I changed to a new job, even though I was working in finance, I was working finance applications, I was working databases, even at that point, I still taught what I deployed and developed the training for what I deployed and had several opportunities to do that. So eventually the opportunity came to go teaching at Lindenwood University, which was a local private university. And that started over 15 years ago now. I think I'm in my 14th year. This fall's number is 15. So with 15 years of service there, I'm just happy as a clam, continuing to teach there. So it was a natural progression. So about the last 13 years of my Boeing career, I was teaching at Lindenwood night classes, mostly to master's students who were getting their master's degree while working, and then continued working at Boeing until I retired. So, and I still teach there, so it's still pretty cool. I need to go down there. I need to put a door down here. Yes, I can put a door here. Yeah, I'm gonna put a door there, Robert.
First time chat from Feral Terminator, who says, good afternoon.
And good afternoon to you. Okay, I'm kind of stuck between a rock and a hard spot there. How am I going to create an entrance into this place? It is so compacted.
Yeah.
But
Mohammed
Go ahead.
Bode says, so which one's better, StarRupture or Satisfactory?
Well, I like Satisfactory. I'm intrigued by StarRupture. It appears to be a really well-written game at this point. It was easy to start playing. It was good to work with. In fact, we're going to switch over to StarRupture here in about 5 minutes.
Yeah.
And I'm going to leave this the rest of this build for tomorrow, for Thursday. And this will be my rod factory, my first 2-story factory in this build. So we're going to go over and play it, and you'll be able to see it firsthand. Oh gosh, I can start mining that. E still works for yeah, the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 just stopped working. So
Weird.
I'll bet you that's a bug in Satisfactory.
Yeah.
Okay, so I need rotors and concrete and pipes. So I'm gonna grab pipes.
Leon says, thanks for answering my technical question earlier, Doc. I'll stick around for a bit, lurking in the background.
Okay.
How long you be streaming for today? Is it like 2 or 20 hours or?
We're going to stream for another hour after the top of the hour, so we'll go to whatever the top of the hour is, 2 tops from now.
2 tops for now.
Yeah, we're coming up on noon Central Time U.S., which is where I'm located, and we'll go to 1. So how much concrete do I have in my bag? So we'll go to 1. And I have 483, and I need 500. So I need to go pick up another stack. I need to either store or sink quite a few things in here. I don't have 200 rotors, so I need to go pick up rotors and a little bit of concrete. And I need to run by the sink before I do that.
Semi-harmed kind of life had a super important question that I've delayed on because we've had such riveting conversation. Semi-harmed kind of life said, super important question, Doc.
Okay.
What is your high score in Fix-It Productive Pecker Deluxe?
I'd have to go check. I did play it a couple times, but I don't remember what my high score was at all.
Yeah.
So
Rain Hunt says, hey Doc, hey everyone. I'm struggling with planning out my mega factory layout. I'm currently pre-phase 3. Any suggestions or basic rules to follow?
Pre-phase 3, which means that you're still
Which means he's in phase 2, like you are right now.
right, like I am right now. Okay, so he's just getting into steel production, advanced steel production, still just getting the Mark II miner, Mark III belts, things like that. Okay, I'm with you. Laying out a mega factory is a difficult thing to do. If you're going to use manifolds, you should make sure that you've got plenty of room at the end of the manifold to keep expanding it forward as you increase the size of your belts and the miners that you have available to use. You'll keep on wanting to expand that. So just don't cut it off at the end. And Beezus Cat says, just do spaghetti until you get blueprints. So leave expansion room for your manifolds. And that's really about the biggest planning thing. Find a large space over a lake so that you don't bury any mines below you, and you can build out over that flat surface over water for 2 purposes. Number 1, it gives you a good flat surface to do that. And you can do that on any of the coasts. We did it over near where the swamps are in the southeast part of the map. I've done it over the lake in the middle of the Rocky Desert. And I've done a large platform where the oil wells are in the eastern side. What do they call that particular place where the oil is on the eastern side of the map? Western side of the map?
West? I don't know.
Okay. So that's kind of the advice there.
Yeah. I think that's some sound advice. Beezus Cat says, do I hear a goat? Yes.
You do hear a goat in the background, yes. Isn't that interesting? Yes, we have 2 goats, and for some reason they've decided to let them roam the property, which I'm going to try to put a halt to that, because I don't like dodging goat leavings. Anyway. Okay, I need to go get concrete and rotors.
Yeah.
And it's 1 minute until I was going to be going on to something else, so I need to do that quickly.
I am one who... I like all animals. Animals are great. Except for cats. They're terrible.
I can't convince him that cats are okay.
No, I'm joking. I do like... cats are just fine. I just don't like as much attention as they want from me. That's all. Right? They just want more attention than I want to give them. And I was kind of cool with the fact, because we were living at my sister's house for a while, in a little mother-in-law apartment she had on her property, she allowed her sheep and her goats to roam her yard, and she had 3 acres. But the problem is sheep and goats love to get out of the sun, so they love to camp and sleep on your paved porch, and therefore they leave droppings there, and they would come over to my sliding glass door, and they would lay up against the sliding glass door, and so you had to fight with them in order to get out of the house. And of course, droppings everywhere, you know. And these are just 2 little tiny goats. They aren't a whole herd of sheep.
Yep. And they're pretty much babies still. They're not full-size goats yet. And they're hyper friendly. They let you come out and pet them, and
they're great.
You know, they're nice. If you're sweaty, they like to lick the sweat off your hands and arms, and you know.
Yeah.
That's okay until they decide to bite.
Yeah.
You know, because they want more of it. Okay, I'm gonna put this in here, and I'm gonna go that, and put 3 of those in there, and I forgot to go get the, what am I going to need to make more modular frames? I need rods, and probably have plenty of those to make the 100. No, I don't have plenty of those. I'd need 300 of those, and I need a bunch of rods. So I'm going to leave that for the next time, and I'm going to go retire in my office over here, over there, I guess. Yes, I'm going to go retire in my office. In my office here. There we go. And just joking. Anyway, what is my high score at Packer Deluxe? Can you see high?
None. Okay, well,
That's for this world. That's for this world. I haven't played it in this world. It's basically a deluxe Tetris game, right? All right.
It's Tetris-like, yeah.
We shall move to another game. So I'm going to hit escape. I'm going to save.
That's going to bite for a couple of days.
Yeah, that's going to bite for a couple of days. I've got a wreck out there that I didn't save, but I had barely been able to retrieve the hard drive. And so it ended up auto-saving before I got the hard drive, and I had to go retrieve the hard drive again. So, okay, that's all slicer stuff. Okay, where is, yes, it's gonna extended the play up to August 11th. So we've got 6 more days to play, and there it is. You know, it's all in alphabetical order, but I was having a hard time finding it still. So Space Engineers has an update queued. Space Engineers 2 I was playing. Captain of Industry has an update. Good. I played a couple hours of Factorio again last night. Finally getting to the point where I'm getting some decent tech unlocked.
Shift the Dev says there's a good quick save and load mod that enables the use of F5 and F8. Saved me a lot of times.
Yeah? Okay, what's going on here? StarRupture game has crashed.
That's a weird looking error message.
Yeah. And they don't have a send the information to StarRupture.
Okay. Well, let's try launching it again. Beezus says, goats love the salt from sweat. The Alpine Ibex goat climbs hundreds of feet up dams just to lick calcium salt.
Yeah.
Interesting.
All right. Well, let's try loading it again. Otherwise, maybe the thing that's affecting my hotkeys in that. Yeah, I got the same error. Did you see a place to report errors?
No.
Okay, so Community Hub here. Discussion, screenshots, artwork, broadcast videos, news, guides, reviews.
Let me go to their Discord, see if they have a, because I think they did have a spot to report.
Okay. Because I've copied the text. I'm going to make a new tab and just drop it into text editor. Because we do want to give them some value for what they have done. And I'm going to go ahead and restart my my PC, and then we'll see if we can get into it.
Yeah, it looks like they just have a feedback form on their Discord.
Good. Okay.
So yeah, if you save that text, we'll use it. I'm getting a no video error.
Well, yeah, my PC's down, so you're not getting any video from me.
Oh, you're restarting, you said?
Yes, restarting my PC.
Doc's restarting his PC. Cool. You guys want to see a model of a headless dock that I'm working on in Blender?
Okay.
Ta-da!
Oh, that's an ugly ugly cutting.
I don't know. Oh, sorry, it's Mesh Mixer. I have no idea how to use Mesh Mixer or Blender or anything. And so I don't know how to cut off the head. So I'm cutting it off little bits at a time.
Okay.
Yep. So I'm cutting it and flattening it. So, yeah, I don't know what I'm doing here. So, you know, it's pull it and then smooth it a little bit and then again. And I'm sure there's some artist in here who knows how to do this a whole lot better.
Yeah.
So, you know.
It'll be interesting how stitching it together would work.
Yeah. I know how to stitch two objects together. I know I can just Boolean them together.
Okay.
So I know that's doable. And I'm smoothing it
Just
out.
so I don't have something that looks like a bolt coming out of the side of my neck, you know?
Uh-huh.
In other words, don't make me a Frankenstein monster.
Oh. Well. Shoot.
All right. Oh, shoot. Did you really say that?
And then I do need to come here and reduce the polygon count because the polygon count goes whack. No, I did not design this. This was heavily using heavy assistance. So this is the second version. The other version, let's see. Where was the other dock model? Can't remember where the other dock model is, Doc. Do you remember? You don't remember because you
I don't
know. Basically, we have a version of Doc with a really nice head, but it has like a full suit coat and everything on it. So this one was, we wanted to swap it over to a polo shirt, which is what Doc normally wears, and some nice slacks. This is much more representative of Doc, but we need the head from the old model.
Yeah, because it just really didn't do a very good job of redoing the head for some reason.
Bo Childress says you could scan his head in with your phone. Ooh. That could be fun.
Scan my head with your phone, huh?
Depends how new your phone is. I don't know if your phone could do that.
Yeah, I don't know.
Well, we apparently don't have any digital artists, or at least 3D artists in the field, because they would have.
Nobody jumped on it.
Nobody would. So they would have jumped on it, right? They would have freaked out with what I'm doing here.
All right, I've almost got my chat windows popped out. StarRupture started up just fine this time. I don't.
Okay. Can you
whatever was
attach Vocalics?
Okay, I can open Vocalics and do that.
There we go. And we'll go back to Doc. There we go. Oscar says, you know, because the headless model, can you please say, do you have any ibuprofen? I have a headache.
There it is.
Whitestone says, I tried 3D stuff in the past. Could not get the hang of it. Yeah, I use Fusion 360 and do parametric modeling quite often. And that I do. That's fine. Done plenty of that.
Mark Mitchell is posting. He says there's a YouTube video that says how to split models in Blender.
Ah,
So
okay. I might
okay,
have to watch that.
if you haven't found that one yet.
Adrestea says, remember, Frankenstein's creation was not a monster. He was just misunderstood.
Of course. Of course. So I'm going to load the game that I had been playing called First Test. And so, go ahead.
Mantrid says he needs to have robot legs. Yes. Cool. Mark says, we're working on learning it myself for 3D printing. Very cool.
Yep.
And Adrestea says, not done 3D printing yet. Looks interesting, but no space for a setup until I have a new studio.
Prepare yourselves for a wave.
Okay, we got a rupture wave coming right from logging in. So,
Oh, fuck. Oh. It must have just finished. Yeah, because that's what it looks like afterwards.
yep. Yeah, so you think we're okay, huh?
Yeah.
Now I've got to remember all the keys that let me build and not build and so forth. Build is the B menu, okay? Viewports.
Caffeinated says, so this is like Subnautica Factory? Yeah, yeah.
Okay.
Oh no.
Core overheat, 80 out of 10. I wonder if I have to worry about that here. I've got 461 building module thingies.
Mark says, I have a wall of printers. Wife just shakes her head when she comes into my office. That's awesome.
Are you making money with them? See, my wife basically, in order for me to get into computers, said, well, if you can make money, that's fine. So, I changed my profession and started installing servers for people and networking for people, and yeah, my new hobby turned into a money-making proposition. Can't float my mouse over and see what this is up here. What this orange one is versus the white one. That's interesting. This is supports tiles placed above it. Okay. Platform, supported platform. Oh, they've got safety barriers here, and I don't even have to buy them at an awesome shop. Robert.
That you know what? You know what's better than awesome shop? No awesome shop.
Yeah. Used for connecting different levels of a base. Extendable walkway. Okay. Okay. Well, whoops. So I've got a habitat that looks out over my mining operations over there. And I just need to see what I'm doing here. So I'm on level 2 of these 3, and I just need to do what?
Mantrid
Calcium blocks and wolfram bars.
Mantrid says you can leave the habitat. The audio you heard when you loaded in was just a glitch.
Oh, really? Okay. I wouldn't have left before now anyway. So I need to go get a calcium, an extractor on a calcium mine, and make wolfram bars, and both of those things need to go into a new module to go up to oh, we got a bunch more meteors out there. That's cool.
Mark Mitchell about the 3D printer says, oh yes, great side gig. He says that's the best way to do it. I did the same thing.
Yep.
Making money with a tag. That's awesome. I tried my hand at making money with 3D printers. Specifically, I was buying and refurbishing 3D printers. I started intentionally with really cheap ones. Just the Elegoo Mars resin printers. and I could make 30 bucks on each, basically, which was not bad at all. The problem was is I had to use eBay, and the fourth or fifth one that I sold, and I was finally making enough money that I could buy, like at first I was buying one at a time, then I was buying a couple at a time for a good discount, and it was great. And I sold one that had a user who didn't know how to use it, who then crashed it into the build plate, who tried to repair it himself, who then forgot a screw when he put it back together, causing resin to leak through the whole thing. And so then he got himself a full refund after owning it for 2 weeks and totally messing it up. And then he had to send the pack. He then sent it back. I couldn't tell them not to send it back. They had to send it back, so I had to pay shipping for him to send it back to me. And he waited like a week and a half with it completely full of resin before he sent it back, so it was completely worthless. So I had a worthless machine. I paid for return shipping, and he got all of his money back. And that cost me more than what it took to buy all the printers and all the profits I'd made so far.
So it basically put him out of business because he had saved up in order to get the initial cache of printers. And of course, your business is very fragile at the very beginning when you're trying to get started. So yeah, I ended up with some new ore, Robert.
Yeah?
Some new ore called Firewave ore.
Ooh, that's new.
Raw material of limited availability. You gather it from a meteor, and so I'm out looking for. They're very glowing orbs. They're the three that were glowing.
I think that's something you can only get right after a rupture.
Yeah, it looks like it.
Yeah,
maybe they have a short shelf life or something.
Yeah.
Yeah, because I don't see any more here. I think I was able to mine 5 of them or so, or something like that.
That is so cool. Mark says, each new printer I get, I hit ROI in less than a month. Oh, that's cool. So cool. That is exactly what you want out of that kind of hobby, right?
This is interesting. Oh, it's that thing growing. Okay. Okay, it builds these nodules. You can see them actually growing here, which is interesting. Okay. All right, the mines that I need to use are over here by the lake. And there's some more wolfram ore. And there's some more helium. Haven't figured out what to do with helium yet, but I haven't seen any helium mines yet. So I'm just collecting it as I go. And the calcium pits are right here.
Okay, yeah, white stone, confirm that. Yeah, firewave ore can only be collected after a rupture, and they stay glowing for a little while.
Okay, so these places right here is places I can put a calcium mine on. So I'm going to go to my build menu and put an ore excavator. Okay, cannot build that outside the core base area, so I need to put a new one of these shield towers up.
Yep.
To extend my core base. So that build
Donald
menu.
Graham says eBay made you reimburse him for something he bought and broke. That's insane.
Yep.
I've done business selling things on eBay for almost 15 years now. Never had an issue like that. They love to lose packages, but never had an issue where a customer broke a working product and I had to pay the cost.
Yeah, that happened more often than I would like to comment on, literally.
My previous... Now, I also started and ran a bookstore for a number of years. Wow, this isn't a story I've told for a while. I started and ran a bookstore on eBay for a number of years. And at one point, so this is back when we were living on the eastern side of Missouri, and we had so many books. We had so many books. Anyway, basically, Doc built the database to contain the books, and I bought the inventory, managed the inventory, sold the inventory, did a lot of really cool stuff if you're into that sort of thing. And I worked with eBay, and I rarely had any problems with eBay. eBay was pretty darn good, but we sold probably more than 100,000 books while I did it.
Probably.
And yeah, we rarely ever had any problems. But it came down to when I'm selling, instead of selling a bunch of small packages that are being sent media mail and really cheap and easy to ship and hard to break, versus...
And then later on, it became an issue of you had to get a certain level of customer satisfaction in order to get bonuses that we really critically needed at that point in order to expand. And all it took was one or two jerks out there that decided they didn't like the book, and they didn't like the book they got, not the quality of the book that we were delivering to them, but they didn't like the book, so they gave you a bad review. And it only took a few of those bad reviews to put us below the threshold, and it was just...
We had to fight with that a few times, but...
Yeah.
You know, but we learned a lot, we got a whole lot better, we did a whole lot of good stuff. So, yeah. One of my favorite stories from that bookstore. Now, most of the time I went to a Goodwill outlet, which is the processing center that they send all their bulk stuff to that doesn't fit in the regular stores. And you can go there and you buy books by the inch. So you stack out the books and they measure the width of their spines. And I'd buy hundreds of dollars worth of those books at a time. And that was fun. Any day going to the Goodwill outlet and completely filling up my vehicle, completely filling up my trailer, always the best time.
Oh, those were the fun days.
Should definitely wear gloves.
But they were definitely not days that you made a lot of money.
No, unfortunately. But one of my favorite stories is when I went to a different thrift store, just a local one there, and I walk in to go peruse their book session, and there was a lady there who had a shopping cart full of manga, and she was slowly stocking the shelves. And I took a look at them, and I picked up a book or two. They had tissues in them to mark where the person had been, how far they had read. And other than that, they were in pristine condition. And so I was just like, hold on, don't shelve those. I want the entire cart, because it was one shopping cart completely overflowing. And haggled with the manager, came out with a really reasonable price. And I more than quadrupled my money off of that deal. It was great.
Those are great days.
So
I really, really enjoyed working with Robert during that time. It was fun to get books. I love books. So my book collection is way bigger than I can handle right now.
As Doc glances over to only 3 bookshelves full of books, because all the rest are still in boxes.
Yep. Orbital cargo launcher, that's what I need.
So Mark Mitchell says, I do niche trinkets for cult classic items from movies and use social media for social engineering, for marketing and sales. Like, for example, I made a pager for for hackers. Oh, such a good movie. Sold thousands of them. Oh, that's cool.
Pager for hackers. The movie Hackers?
Yeah, the movie Hackers. That's actually pretty neat, Mark.
So what does a calcium miner produce? And do I need to have a calcium... Do I have to have a smelter? Normally you don't. Okay.
Yeah, I think you'd have to put a smelter in check. Alexa, well, it only... Yeah, I'll go ahead and... Doc, did you actually say I have to reset the Butterfinger thing so you can have one too?
Did I actually say that?
Did
That's
you?
a snack.
I mean, do you really want a Butterfinger?
I do. I mean, I sacrifice, lunch to be out here.
Okay, you know what? I will take off the quantity here so we can get yourself a Butterfinger. Just once.
Only once? Okay.
Donald Grubb says you can have those reviews removed, but now it's all around out of the country and the customer service is horrendous. Yeah, and we did get. Okay, now we've reconnected. Give it a second, then you can talk.
Oh, okay. That's what you were saying.
Okay, now I think we're back, guys. Oh man, that was a hard cutoff at 12:30, not 1:11. We're back. Sorry about that.
So the corporate terminal says that I'm supposed to make calcium blocks. The question is, do calcium blocks come out of miners?
You get calcium. Okay, so you need to research calcium block.
And where do I research calcium block from?
You have a device in there. It's something you placed down just before the end of your last stream. I think it's to your right. I think it's that guy right there.
Analyzing station, online.
Okay. Unfortunately, Vocalics just isn't synced up properly, so I'm not getting those notifications. But Alexa did redeem Butterfinger for you.
Okay.
Okay, so Doc, what were you going to say about eBay?
Didn't eBay also kind of force us out in the respect that they forced, I think the disconnection point was when they were forcing you to have HTTPS, secure service, on all the pictures or something. And there's just no way with our thousands of listings that we were going to be able to make them. And they were basically going to just delete our whole store because the server that we had hosted all of our pictures on or something like that didn't have secure sockets on it.
Yeah, and there was something to deal with trying to update. We'd have to manually update every single one of them for some reason.
Yes, exactly.
Oh my gosh, yeah, I remember that. But
that was finally the straw that broke the camel.
Yeah, that wasn't the reason. It was just we know things are not looking up at the moment. Do we want to invest an extra 100 hours of zero progress? And I'm the one who's working on this alone with Doc. Doc did all the tech work, but it was a one-man operation for all the physical labor. Do I want to spend 100 hours not making any money, not contributing to the business?
Yeah, it was all non-value added work. In other words, non-value added work is defined on whether they actually bring in money, okay? Not the fact that eBay thought it was valuable.
Man.
So that was the final disconnect point.
Yeah. So Mark said that the pager cost $1.11 to make one, and they sold for $10 each.
Oh dear.
And they paid shipping on top. That is so cool. Well done. Ever since buying a 3D printer, so there was a year, probably like 28.
I don't have a terminal to research this at, Robert.
You do. It's the one. It's there. That's where I.
Kyle,
Do you have any? You need calcium. I'm pretty sure you need to go find some.
manually mine some calcium and see.
Maybe that's what it is. I don't remember. Yeah, you need to get some calcium and bring it back. That's what Oscar says.
I would love to go explore in that big thing over there.
So, Gottlegram says they were requiring what with your pictures? Never had an issue with that. Could you go into more detail?
Requiring what?
He didn't know what. He didn't quite understand what you meant, the HTTPS.
We had our pictures hosted on an HTTP server, so that we could link our pictures in our listings to the pictures that we were taking in the database and uploading. And it was something about our. I'm not getting anything out of that. I'm not getting anything out of that. Oh, did get calcium ore, 137. Okay.
So you have plenty of calcium ore in your inventory already.
Okay. And they want calcium block.
Yeah, I don't recall how I unlocked it.
Okay.
So, yeah, it really wasn't that big of an issue. It just would have taken us a long time to fix it. And we were a very niche, very rarely, like, first off, we were some of the only booksellers who took pictures of everything. Nearly every bookseller just grabs a Google image and just lets Amazon host it for them. So, sounds like you had a store set up through eBay instead of auctions. Yes, it was a store. But we took, that's one of the things that was so cool. First off, this was a Microsoft Access database, but we had it built where I could scan the barcode of a book. It would use the API, and this part I did. Okay, so I found the API. I figured out how to use the API to pull the book's data, store it in the database. Doc figured out how to parse the information.
Okay, analyzing.
I don't think it's actually doing anything. Anyway. Secure sockets layer. That's correct, Mark. That's right. If your images were on a non-SSL server and the page was trying to have an SSL, it would throw an error. Yes. And they forced people to host all their images on a server that had SSL. That's correct. That's what it was. Thank you, Mark. Anyway, and we just didn't make that, but we had such a smooth operation that there at the end, I could take an entire Gaylord of books, and a Gaylord is a box that's 40 inches by 40 inches by 36 inches.
Slam head onto desk. Okay. You need to go out and find a calcium block. Where do you find a calcium block? Because obviously this is not getting me anywhere.
Okay. It's not actually in there. It's still in your inventory. It's just the icon. Yeah, see, it's still there in your inventory, so you can just walk away. Arton, the size of the box is called a Gaylord. Okay, Gaylord. Gaylord is a last name, and Gaylord is the name of the person who invented that size of box, and it's a size of box that fits on a pallet. If at least if you're American and you go to a Walmart, you see a giant cardboard box that's full of watermelon, that box is a Gaylord.
Yeah. And so we received all our books. We bought all our books in bulk from people who gathered them from companies throwing them away like thrift stores and such.
Yep. But one person could process all of those, take pictures of every single one, and get them all listed in one day. It's great. Yeah, TL says there's one right behind me for servers we retired. Yeah.
Can we find... Okay, how do we find a calcium block? What am I looking for? Help me.
They said it's in... You can find one in the Rex. Which feels weird, because I haven't really gone to explore any Rex.
Okay.
But maybe I did at some point.
Okay, so the Rex, like, up here?
Yeah, I think there's a closer one to your right. Well, I don't see it there now. Maybe it's over the right. Arden says that's an awesome name for that. Yeah, that's pretty funny. I definitely had a double take for the first little while. Not when I had.
Well, I don't see a
Yeah.
wreck except clear up there.
I think that one's a little ways away. Yeah. But that the bookstore's been gone for a while now. That was a few years ago now. So. Yeah, I don't hate eBay or think eBay's bad. It's just
Their policies are very friendly for buyers and unfriendly for sellers. If they don't make anything right for sellers along the way, is the thing that I criticize about them. That printer return is by far the most bizarre example of somebody who can literally, abuse the system.
Yep.
There's other abuses of the system where other resellers have noted that people will buy electronics and return the empty box with
That's a snack.
with just weight in it to make it appear the same weight as the sold item, and they're just out the electronic. And the only requirement eBay has is that the person generated the return, and then boy, this is a whole settlement up here. It's a whole broken down settlement rather than a wreck. All the requirement is that they make a return, and that the box that they return is similar in weight to the box that they were sent. And of course eBay has the information on both ends of that, and then it becomes a he said she said situation where the seller is saying, I got returned a box that had weights in it and not, what was that? Okay, fine.
you got more behind them. Yeah, you can definitely do that here.
Alleviate hunger, but putting unknown things into one's mouth is rarely beneficial to the individual.
And we're back again.
Though, of course, it was
Oof.
beneficial to the development of civilization. Although this fruit is
Hello,
edible,
everybody.
that
I think
won't
we're back.
always be the case.
Sorry about that.
All right, let's.
Oh, okay. Gonogram says they kind of suck for both now. When I built the computer I'm using now, the GPU, that's just a pickup. So I don't know how to actually improve health.
Come here.
Health is connected to hunger or what? Welcome back. Yeah, Bo says all the action's killing Starlink. Yeah. So Gonogram paid for overnight shipping for a GPU, didn't show up, so he bought a better card cheaper, canceled his order. GPU didn't show up for over a month. He put a return to sender on it, opened up dispute, ended up having to pay restocking
Oh, look
fee
at
and
this.
shipping. Run, just run, just run. Just run, turn around, run.
Infection. I'm dead.
Oh. And eBay told me to go pound sand.
Wait, did I just die? What happened?
A copy of your consciousness is always being sent
Yes,
to
the
the
question
last
is, do you
used
have your inventory or
regeneration
not?
chamber.
Do I
Welcome to
have-
your new sleeve. The first one's free.
After death,
Each
items
one
from your
after
inventory
that
can
will
be
of
found in the
course
place
be
where you
added to your
died. Some of
debt.
the items might be destroyed.
Fascinating. So much data in such a short time.
Your health
I
is
even
very
remember
low.
when
Can
my
you figure out how
heart
to
stopped.
increase your
Impressive.
health?
I'll
There's
gladly
something
learn
that
more
can be
about
done
this.
here to increase your health.
Well, I have nothing in my inventory until I go get it. So I have nothing to increase my health. unless I have personal storage here, and I've got those that I can pull out.
Okay.
Okay, and I can go to look at my inventory. I can right click and use, right click, use, right click, use. Okay, I'm coming back. Okay, health is 100%. Okay. And now I gotta go figure out where I'm at.
And Adderstay says, is he allowed to die if nobody redeemed Kill Doc?
Okay, everything's still there. But I've got to go back up to that wreck in order to get my stuff.
Yeah.
Acquired.
And yeah, your stuff's more to the west, to the left of where you're looking. Yeah, that direction.
Yep, I see it in the distance.
And Alexa's planning to buy a 26 terabyte hard drive next month. Whew.
Okay. Isn't the biggest we bought is an 18?
Yeah. We bought multiple 18s because we're storing video files. Like, I'm sure Whitestone has it even worse than us with the volume he records.
The problem that I'm facing is my stuff is probably still where those spider creatures are.
Yeah.
So I may not even get my stuff. I can't run past things and...
What?
What?
Okay. So, Caffeinated... Okay. Caffeinated says, I have a rack of 32 half terabytes for footage. Like, what?
32 half terabyte. Oh gosh. Oh gosh. Get out of here.
Listen, are they fast? Okay, going out to that big that one is not necessary because I have not gone out there and I was able to unlock it. So if there's something else going on. Okay, get out of the blue area. Yeah, that blue cloud disables your shield. Okay, Mark's heading out. He says, have a great one.
Okay. I've got to be a little bit more watchful. There's another one kind of on the horizon over there.
Okay. Whitestone says, I have a 2 terabyte solid state for games and 2 terabyte hybrid for the OS.
Wow.
That's a
Did you
snack.
record all of your footage directly to the cloud or something? Like,
Yeah, how in the world do you survive on just such small drives?
I watched his 4-hour-long episode on Trading Card Gaming Simulator the other day. 4 hours of recording? That's a lot of data. Alexa says, I have only a 8 terabyte right now. Only has 300 gigs left, so I need something bigger. So I figured 26 terabytes should last me a few years. Yeah, I think it will.
Okay, this thing has quite the distance. I don't want to walk in that cloud. I'll wait till it dies. All this blood. Look at all that blood.
Arton says, guys, Windows support's ending. It's too early for me to switch. To be honest, I don't want to reinstall with all the settings. Yeah. And Spencer Wright says, the same thing happened to me with eBay. I ordered a new GPU. Payment went through, but the order status wouldn't change. Eventually, I had to go through a claim process to get my money back.
Yeah, exactly. They hang on to your money until they...
I think the problem just comes down to eBay just doesn't... I think open marketplaces all eventually just fail. Because even Amazon's going through the same issues where they have sellers who sell really bad products who get really bad reviews, but then the seller just goes to a new name. And so eBay or Amazon, in order to combat that, said they have to have all registered businesses. I don't remember what the exact term is or whatever else, but you had to register your business with the government. And so what ends up happening, we have literally hundreds of thousands of corporations that have been created by mostly Chinese companies because they're the ones importing them. And when one gets banned, they just move to the next one. And so that's the reason why when you buy stuff on Amazon now, all the company names are all these just a weird mishmash of letters. Because that's one of the many Chinese resellers who just jumps from account to account to account after they get shut down. Yeah, those guys just have so much health too. Okay, there comes the next one. Combat skill has leveled up. Nice. So Whitestone records the game drive, but once I upload to YouTube, I delete the video. I have to record my game drive since Windows gets upset using the OS drive. That's why I have two of them.
Okay, so he only has a single... Okay, so they just disappear and there's nothing valuable left behind by them.
Okay. Yeah, see, I keep all the files we've recorded, except for we had a hard drive fail on us, which still rankles. So the first 9 episodes of Gaming with Doc, we do not have the original footage of. Time to start backpedaling. So
hopefully there is a finite number of these things.
And there's one on your left too. And your thing's hot.
I gotta...
Are you backed up against something? Whew, okay.
Thing is, I gotta hit the R key, and the R key is not on my keypad at the moment.
Gotcha.
And so I've got to reach for my keyboard. So I need to do a little bit of customization of my keypad for this game in order to do the fighting part. That is a weird looking creature.
Alexa asks, does anybody know why Windows quits recording after 2 hours?
No. I never used Windows Recorder, so I never had to investigate that.
I think we've hit that before. We have fought with the every 30 minutes.
And there's my dead body.
There you go. Grab yourself from your corpse now.
Oh.
You can just press E to take all.
Oh, I've got to find my corpse, and it's all on my corpse. Okay. That's the first time I've had to do that.
Alexa uses the Xbox recorder. Okay.
So what is this? An exploder artifact?
Exploder biofact.
Interesting.
Interesting. Yeah, and we use OBS as well.
The question is there anything valuable here? Or is it just part of the, like, is that?
And OBS is free. That's what you can afford. Yeah, OBS. The fact that OBS is free has been absolutely massive for gaming. There's got to be something here, right? For all that fighting you just did.
Now let's go up to the habitat here and see if the airlock has power enough that we can actually get in it.
Can you dismantle? And we have a first-time chat from Galleon Redmond who says, check the trash on it.
Yeah, that's what I was wanting.
Oh.
Pile rubble. Open. Titanium bars. Okay, I can take titanium bars. Okay, so I'm looking for piles of rubble, like over here then too. And,
You can just press E to loot all of that as well.
okay.
To dismantle would be you'd use B to open up your build gun. No. No? Oh, come on. I've dismantled things before. Or, no, F. It's F to dismantle. Still. Just like
Okay.
satisfactory.
F.
And no, it won't dismantle.
It'll highlight if I can dismantle it.
Yeah.
Okay, so I've got my dismantle gun out, but I need this gun out.
Yeah. Can you jump on top of here? I'm guessing there might be a hole in the roof. There's a double jump, remember? And jump and land on the side of it, and you can climb. It's not attaching to climb?
No, I guess not.
Okay. Galleon says, in the roof on the side. Can you walk along that? Oh, yeah, the other side of that is broken down. So, yeah, walk along that. Yeah. Nice little tight catwalk.
And then do what? Yeah, the roof.
And if you can go to the other side, you can get in. There you go. Nice.
Oh, look at that. Storage box. Pistol ammo. Okay.
Great.
And a tablet.
Oh, you're being attacked.
Yeah. Yep. I'm backed in a corner, so...
No, Bike is gonna die. Oh, there's 5 of them. Yeah, focus one towards... Yeah.
I died? What a waste of time.
What a waste of time, huh?
No, you just go to the next one, get them, come back. Yeah.
Okay. Don't have any storage, and my health is poor, and I don't have anything that I...
Well, I think you gotta go loot some food and
Yeah, loot some food and eat.
do it all over again. So for those people who are here, and we've lost a few since switching over to StarRupture,
Mm-hmm.
but that's okay. We still got a good group here. For those of you who are on our Discord, we are kind of in that run up to 100,000 subscribers on YouTube, and if you're there on the Discord, I have made a new channel for events for the 100,000 subscriber stream day.
Mm-hmm. What would
And-
you like to see?
Yeah, asking what you guys would like to see and participate there. I'll be posting some more stuff there today.
That's a snack.
So yeah, if you guys... Man.
And I need to get some more of the water bulbs.
Yeah.
My hydration is low as well. Okay, inventory again. It's really not increasing my health, is the problem.
And we're back again?
Yep.
Oh, man. Something's going on, because we did great for like 3.5 hours.
All right, here we go.
Something's going on, because we did great for like 3.5 hours.
All right, here we go.
There's some water. And we're disconnected again. Yeah, to connect the two satellites.
Yep.
Come here.
All right, I'm 100% there. Just my health is bad. What's it going to take to get my health back?
That's a great question. Does anybody know how to restore health? Is that something we need to research? I wonder if there's a food that you can make out of these things you're harvesting that will give you health back as well. Yeah, once you've gathered a bit, go back to the hub. Alexa says make food, so it's possible that you can make food from this that will give health.
All right, well, I've collected how much of it? 10? Should I? I'll collect I will collect what's on the way.
Whitestone, he did previously take from both boxes in the lander. Does it respawn?
Those spiders better not be responding. Oh, these star tiers. Let me check the star tiers and see if they...
No.
Yes.
Oh, they do.
They do. So,
Okay.
star tiers is good.
Very good.
And I just don't know exactly where all the star tiers are.
Yeah, both are empty. Whitestone.
Anybody found out what the meteor hearts are good for? Let me show you what I'm talking about. When you do a meteor, full meteor,
I'm detecting increased Rupture activity.
oh, come
Prepare
on.
for a wave.
Okay, see, the meteor heart. Anybody know what the meteor heart is good for?
Barros asks, what is this game?
This is StarRupture. It's another building game similar to... Okay, I just put all 13 there and I claim a bunch of data points.
No.
So I just used my food. Got it.
Yeah.
It doesn't let you take it back out. Or you just close it to get it back.
You just close it. Okay, so meteor hearts are for upgrading the base core, the big tower, and for placing new ones.
What do data points get for you?
Data points are basically cheat points to give to the corporations to upgrade them.
So instead of collecting this,
You can add points in the top right.
and I need 200, and
it'll
it'll
give
give
you
me
100.
half. Are data points used for anything else?
I don't know. That's all I've seen so far. So, let's go to the fabricator right next to you and see what it takes to make food if you have it unlocked. Basic item printer. Oh, that's only prints basic items.
Right.
Is there a
Rupture's eruption has started.
is there a
StarRupture
fabricator
has
or
started.
I
Hide.
sorry, I haven't played the game since like the first day. Oh, did you know there was a rupture coming?
Yes, that's why I'm in here.
Oh,
Extreme temperature detected.
As soon as there's the StarRupture coming through the seams here.
oh no.
Luckily, that doesn't delete equipment for.
And the buildings.
Oh, Boros. What is this game? You said that already.
Yep.
There you go, Whitestone. You need the recipe table to unlock new stuff. Data points for unlocking recipes?
Planetary temperature returning to normal.
Okay, so I need the recipe table. So the build menu. Okay. Oh, recipe station. Is that what I already did here? That's an analyzing station. Okay, let's do the build terminal here and build a recipe station.
Congratulations! You can now unlock new functionality for your buildings at the recipe station.
Okay.
But the buildings can already do these things. Why would we need to unlock anything?
Arcadia 7 is a very particular place, full of specific resources and requirements. The building's programming needs to be updated as these requirements change, to avoid unnecessarily clogging up memory as well as transfer fees.
It's the Claywood Corporation that determines the cost of transfer. You could lower the price and everything would go smoother.
I'll respond with one of Mr. Claywood's favorite sayings. This is exactly why you're not the richest person in the world.
In other words, we charge a lot of money so that we're the richest person in the world.
That makes sense. Okay. So now let's see what that thing has you do.
Yeah, let's recipe station. Smelter recipes versus fabricator recipes. Interesting.
Oh, scroll down. There we go.
Titanium bar recipe.
I think those are the
Titanium beams, titanium sheets. One of them needed titanium beams, and I didn't know how to make it. But I don't have the required items there. Does my corpse stay there forever?
That's a good
Or
question.
did it just burn up in the last event?
It could have. Okay. So what about the...
What about the what?
I'm not seeing any food in here.
Nope. No, it seemed to the audio clip seemed to indicate that it was for equipment and not for. So here's where you can insert a heart. You insert a heart like that.
How about you click the insert button? Okay.
But I've already got basic building material.
Huh. Oh, there's a different tab for food on the left. There we go.
Okay.
There we go. Now we can find something to unlock.
Aqua fluid, aqua bar, aqua chew. Okay. Aqua blocks.
Well, Doc, we've come to that unfortunate of times.
Yes. Well, this has been interesting. I've learned a lot about the game. This is obviously much deeper than it looks on the surface, which is cool. Just like Factorio is much deeper on the surface than it looks. Very frustrating on the surface. trying to figure out how to lay things out in that world is just horrible, terrible, awful.
Are you talking about Factorio?
I'm talking about Factorio now.
Oh, okay.
So, because I've played a lot of that. Very good. The recipe station. That's good. That's good. Still haven't completely figured out how to get the build gun to go away. How to get that gun to go away. You twirl the middle mouse button.
Press R.
R to reload. Yeah, R. I press R all day and it doesn't do anything. Change. Middle mouse button.
Hold R.
Wow.
Yeah.
So that way, and R to reload, but holding R to change, which it does not specify over there.
Yeah.
There's some interface issues that could be better.
Yeah.
Definitely. All right. Hey, it's been a great day. It's been a lot of fun. We've seen a little bit of activity in the membership and subscriber line, but we still have to pay the bills. Hopefully you can consider subscribing if you're a Twitch member. Consider becoming a member if you're on YouTube, and you have the benefits of being able to come play with us, which we didn't really feature today on our channel, the member server for Satisfactory, and we have a member server for Minecraft that I go and play on occasionally and go do things on it. So thank you, Simrian, for saying hold R, because I appreciate that. And so hope to see y'all back on Thursday when we come back again with another live stream, and we'll look forward to seeing you then. Talk to you later. Bye-bye.